Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The sapphire flames of the eternal pyre danced weaker than they had in 1,000 years, casting uncertain shadows across the Temple of Radiance in Lumeria's capital. High Priestess Elindra pressed her weathered palm against the ancient marble, feeling the pulse of magic that had once roared like a tempest now flutter like a dying bird's heart. The kingdom's shield was failing, and with it, the last barrier between the realm of light and the encroaching darkness. "How long?" she whispered to her acolyte, eyes never leaving the diminishing blue fire. "Perhaps a season, my lady. No longer." Beyond the alabaster walls of the capital, beyond the rolling meadows where crystalline flowers caught the light of 3 moons, something ancient stirred in the shadows, waiting. In the village of Emberfall, nestled between the whispering woods and the trade road to the capital, Thorn hammered glowing metal with practiced precision. At 20 summers, his strong arms and calloused hands spoke of years at his father's forge. Sweat beaded on his brow as he shaped what would become a plowshare, the rhythmic clanging echoing across the modest smithy. "Son," his father's voice interrupted, unusually grave. "There's a visitor." Thorn looked up to see a slender figure in white and gold robes, her silver hair cascading past shoulders that bore the weight of authority despite her diminutive frame. He recognized the Lumerian royal insignia, a flame encircled by 7 stars. "Thorn, son of Gareth," the priestess said, her voice like wind through summer leaves. "I am Elindra, keeper of the eternal flame." Thorn set down his hammer, wiping sooty hands on his apron. What business would the high priestess have with a blacksmith's apprentice? Elindra's piercing gaze seemed to look through him rather than at him. "The flame weakens, the blood calls. You bear the mark of the ancient guardians, though you know it not." His father's face paled. "It cannot be time yet. He doesn't know." "Know what?" Thorn demanded, looking between them. The high priestess approached, pressing cold fingers against his chest. "Your dreams of fire, the way metal bends to your will more readily than to others. The birthmark upon your shoulder, a flame with 7 points." She smiled sadly. "These are no coincidences, child of the fire lineage." That night, as Thorn packed provisions by candlelight, his father revealed the truth. His mother had not died in childbirth as he'd always believed. She had been a guardian, one of the sacred bloodline tasked with protecting the eternal flame. She had fled the capital 18 years ago, pregnant with twins, when betrayal from within the order had led to slaughter. "Twins?" Thorn's voice cracked. "I have a brother?" His father's eyes clouded with grief. "Your mother was pursued in the Howling Pass. She made a choice no parent should face. With her pursuers closing in, she left your brother in a sheltered alcove, hoping to draw them away from both of you. She never found him when she returned." "And now the flame weakens," Thorn whispered, understanding dawning. "And shadow creatures stir." The village bell tolled before his father could answer, the alarm reserved for dire emergencies. Outside their window, the night was split by orange flame as the southern fields burned. Against the firelight, twisted silhouettes moved with unnatural speed. "The shadowlings," his father breathed. "They've come earlier than predicted. By dawn, half of Emberfall lay in smouldering ruins. Thorn stood among the survivors, watching as Priestess Elindra traced protective runes around the remaining structures. Her words from the previous night echoed in his mind. The Crystal Mountains, the Temple of Dawn. Seek the flame's heart before the solstice moon. I'll leave today, he told her, shouldering his pack and the sword his father had pressed into his hands, an heirloom of surprising quality for a simple blacksmith. You will not journey alone, Elindra replied, gesturing toward the edge of the village where a hooded figure waited, bow in hand. The stranger lowered their hood, revealing pointed ears and eyes the impossible green of sunlight through spring leaves. Marks like silver branches traced the elf's high cheekbones. This is Solara of the Starwood Realm, Elindra explained. Once guardian to the royal family of the elven kind, now... She hesitated. Now exiled, Solara finished, her melodic voice tinged with bitterness. For failures I seek to redeem. They traveled northward for 7 days, through forests where trees whispered ancient secrets, and across plains where the grass shifted colors with their emotions. Thorn learned that Solara had been banished 5 years earlier, though she kept the reason close, like a jealously guarded wound. What she lacked in warmth, she made up for in skill, twice saving them from roving shadowling scouts with her uncanny archery. On the 8th night, camped beneath a stone overhang as rain turned the world to silver threads, Solara finally spoke of matters beyond their immediate survival. The flame is not what you believe it to be, she said, firelight dancing in her eyes. Your priestess tells pretty stories of divine gifts and protection, but I was there when the first pact was made. Thorn sat up straighter. What do you mean? The histories say the flame was bestowed upon humanity by the Creator to guard against darkness. Solara's laugh held no humor. The flame was stolen from the heart of a dying star dragon, the last of its kind. Your ancestors trapped it as it fell from the heavens, tore out its heart, and bound its immortal fire to fuel their protection. The revelation landed like a physical blow. That can't be true. All great empires are built on magnificent lies, Solara said. The flame weakens because the spell that binds it weakens. The dragon's essence seeks reunion. Reunion with what? Solara's gaze pierced him. With whom? The Dark Lord your people fear. He bears the other half of the dragon's spirit. He is the shadow cast by your light. Ice spread through Thorn's veins. My brother. Yes, Solara nodded. Taken by the elven kind that night in the pass. Raised to believe humans had slaughtered his family. Raised to hate the flame and those who guarded it. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I was his teacher until I learned the truth and tried to stop what had been set in motion. That was my failure, my reason for exile. The Crystal Mountains loomed before them 3 days later, their peaks catching sunlight and fracturing it into rainbows that danced across the snowfields. The Temple of Dawn perched on the highest accessible plateau, a structure of pale stone and crystal that seemed to float above the world. They were a day's climb from the temple when the skies darkened prematurely. A storm gathered with unnatural speed, black clouds boiling with crimson lightning. He knows we're here, Solara notched an arrow, scanning the swirling mists that suddenly surrounded them. The attack came not from the mist, but from below. The very rock beneath their feet shifting, hands of stone grabbing at their ankles. Thorn swung his sword, the blade glowing with unexpected heat that sheared through the animated stone. Your blood awakens, Solara called, loosing arrows into the mist where shadowy forms now took shape. The flame responds to your presence. They fought their way up a narrowing path, shadowlings pressing from all sides. Thorn felt something stirring within him, power he'd never known, heat flowing through his veins. When a massive stone sentinel blocked their path, he acted on instinct, pressing his palm against the bare rock of the mountainside. Cracks spread from his touch, molten light pouring through them, and the path ahead cleared in a cascade of crumbling stone. The temple gates stood open when they finally reached the plateau, darkness spilling from within like ink in water. "Too late," Solara whispered. "He's already here." Inside, past columns of crystal that sang mournfully in the wind, they found the inner sanctum. The altar stood empty. No flame burned there. Instead, a figure in black armor knelt at its center, hands cupped around a floating orb of darkness shot through with veins of blue fire. "Brother!" the armored figure said without turning, voice distorted by his helm. At last, Thorn stepped forward, Solara's restraining hand falling away from his arm. "You know me? I've always known you." The Dark Lord rose and turned, removing his helm to reveal a face so like Thorn's own that it stole his breath, yet marked by a life of different choices. Where Thorn's eyes were warm brown, his brother's burned amber. Where Thorn's skin was sun-darkened, his brother's was pale as milk. But the bones beneath, the set of the jaw, a mirror reflection. "Kani," Solara breathed. "Traitor!" Kani replied without looking at her. "You thought to undo what cannot be undone. The dragon will be whole again." He held out the dark orb. "This is half of its heart, the half our mother rescued when she fled with us, the half the elves taught me to use." "To destroy Lumeria," Thorn said. "To free a creature enslaved for millennia," Kani corrected. "To end a protection built on suffering. And the thousands who will die when the barrier falls? The children who will face the shadowlings?" Kani's expression faltered briefly. "Necessary sacrifice." "There must be another way," Thorn insisted, taking another step toward his twin. "There is not." Kani raised the orb higher. "The heart must be whole. The dragon must live or die completely. This half-existence tortures a being older than our civilizations." Solara moved then, faster than mortal eyes could track, arrow flying true toward Kane's heart. But darkness engulfed it mid-flight. "I taught you better than that," Kani said softly. What followed was a battle that shook the mountain, shadow against emerging flame as the twins faced each other, magic awakening in both their veins. Crystal pillars shattered, the temple floor cracked. Through it all, Thorn refused to deal a killing blow, even when opportunity arose. "Why do you hesitate?" Kani demanded, blood streaming from a gash across his cheek. "Because you're my brother," Thorn replied simply. "And because I think you're right." Kani faltered, suspicion warring with hope in his eyes. "The dragon deserves freedom," Thorn continued, "but not at the cost of innocent lives." He extended his hand. "There must be a third option, between eternal imprisonment and total destruction." For a moment that stretched like eternity, Kani stared at the offered hand. Then, slowly, he reached out. Their fingers touched, and the world went white. When Thorn awoke, he lay on the temple floor, Solara kneeling beside him. Across the chamber, Kani was similarly stirring. Between them, floating above the altar, burned a flame unlike any before. Half blue, half shadow, yet somehow in perfect harmony. "What happened?" Thorn managed. "Balance," Solara whispered in awe. "You've created balance." Above the flame, translucent and shimmering, coiled the spectral form of an enormous dragon. It regarded them with ancient eyes before speaking directly into their minds. Two halves of one whole, light and shadow, neither alone sufficient, but together, harmony. Its voice resonated with ages of wisdom. "You have freed me from torment, children of prophecy. Neither my enslavement nor my vengeance was the answer, but my transformation." The dragon's form began to separate, half flowing into Thorn, half into Kane, leaving behind a stable flame of perfect blue-white light. "I give myself willingly now, half to each twin. Guardians not of a stolen power, but of freely given balance. Light needs shadow, shadow needs light. Remember this." As the last of the dragon's essence merged with the brothers, Thorn felt understanding bloom within him. The eternal flame now burned by choice, not coercion. The barrier it created would stand stronger than ever before, but it would require both brothers to maintain it, one from within Lumeria, one from without. "So we are still separated," Thorn said, looking at his newfound brother. Caney smiled for the first time, a gesture that transformed his face, but no longer enemies. As dawn broke over the crystal mountains, light refracting through ancient stone into countless rainbows, two brothers clasped arms in the Temple of Dawn, their shadows stretching behind them, not in opposition but in perfect symmetry. And between them, the eternal flame burned anew. Story 2. The towering spires of Castle Thornvale pierced the mist-shrouded sky like obsidian daggers, their once gleaming surfaces now tarnished with a creeping blackness that seemed to pulse with malevolent life. In the highest tower, framed by a window of stained glass depicting ancient victories, stood Queen Morrigan, her silhouette sharp against the blood-red sunset. Upon her head rested the crown of thorns, a twisted circlet of black metal whose thorns occasionally shifted like sentient vipers, drawing beads of crimson from her pale brow that she no longer seemed to feel. Below, the once verdant kingdom withered. Fields that had flourished for generations now yielded meager harvests of twisted crops. The mighty Silverheart forest at the kingdom's edge had grown wild and hostile, its trees contorting into shapes that seemed to scream in silent agony. The people of Thornvale spoke in whispers of the change that had come over their beloved queen, how her eyes, once warm as summer honey, now burned with an emerald fire that seemed to consume rather than illuminate. None dared approach her throne without trembling, none save one. Knight Commander Aldrich Dawnbringer rode through the rain-slicked streets of the capital, his weathered cloak bearing the faded emblem of the Order of the Morning Star, a brotherhood believed extinct for a generation. Raindrops scattered like diamonds from his armor as he dismounted before the sanctum of Lady Isolde, last of the kingdom's true seers. The building, once a magnificent temple, now stood in disrepair, its golden dome tarnished, its marble steps cracked. "You are either very brave or very foolish to wear that symbol openly, Knight Commander," Lady Isolde said as she admitted him, her blind eyes seeming to perceive far more than sight could offer. "The Queen has outlawed your order." "Not the Queen," Aldrich replied, removing his helm to reveal a face young in years but etched with the wisdom of hardship. A scar ran from temple to jaw, bisecting an eye that had turned pearl white. Something else speaks through her lips and sees through her eyes. Inside, amidst shelves of ancient tomes and crystalline vessels containing swirling mists of memory, Isolde revealed to Aldrich what few now remembered. The crown of thorns had not been an heirloom of the royal family as most believed. It had appeared the night of the great meteor shower 5 years prior, a gift supposedly from the stars themselves. Queen Morrigan, young and newly crowned after her father's passing, had placed it upon her head during a ceremony meant to ensure prosperity. "The crown is a prison," Isolde whispered, her frail hands tracing symbols in the air that momentarily glowed with silvery light. "It feeds on her essence, her very soul, to fuel the dark magic that now blights our land. With each passing moon, more of our true queen is consumed, replaced by the malice of the entity within the crown." "Can she be saved?" Aldrich asked, his voice betraying the depth of his devotion. He had once been captain of her personal guard, before the crown, before the darkness. Perhaps. The ancient texts speak of 3 crystals of dawn, artifacts of pure light that could counteract the crown's corruption. They were scattered ages ago to prevent their power from being misused. One lies in the heart of the Dragonfell Mountains, another in the realm of the wild elves beyond the Silverheart. The third in the domain of the Lords of the Mist, who dwell where sea meets sky. Then I shall find them, Aldrich declared, his hand falling to the hilt of Oathkeeper, the sword passed down through generations of his order. You will not journey alone, came a soft voice from the shadows. A figure emerged, a young woman with raven hair and eyes that mirrored the queen's before the change. She wore the simple garments of a temple acolyte, but carried herself with unmistakable nobility. Princess Lyra, Aldrich breathed, dropping to one knee. We believed you dead in the Eastern campaign. A necessary deception, Isolde interjected. I spirited her away the night the crown first whispered to Morrigan. Something in the blood of the royal line resists its influence. Lyra may be essential to breaking the crown's power if we can bring her close enough. And if we fail? Lyra asked, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. Isolde's blind eyes seemed to focus on some distant vision. Then Thornvale falls, and with it the last barrier between the mortal realm and what lies beyond the veil of stars. Their journey began at dawn, slipping through the secret passages beneath the ancient city. Beyond the walls, they turned north toward the Dragonfell Mountains, whose peaks, legend held, were the petrified spines of elder worms who had fought in the Dawn War. By the third day, they knew they were being hunted. Shadowhounds, twisted creatures born of magic, gone foul, tracked their scent across the blighted countryside. It was on the borders of the dwarven territories that salvation came in an unexpected form. An axe whistled through the air, cleaving the lead shadowhound in two. Its wielder stepped from behind a boulder, a dwarf whose beard was shorn in the manner of those disgraced, yet whose eyes blazed with fierce pride. Grimbane at your service, he growled, dispatching another beast with practiced efficiency, though most call me the Oathbreaker these days. Later, by firelight, he revealed his tale. Once mastersmith to the Ironhold clan, he had been tasked with crafting weapons for the Queen's army. When he recognized the taint of dark magic in the designs she commanded, he refused and destroyed his forge rather than comply. For this, he was exiled, his beard cut as a mark of his supposed treachery. I've been tracking you since you left the capital, he admitted. Few stand against her these days, fewer still who might actually succeed. We seek the Crystal of Dawn within the Dragonfell, Aldrich explained. Grimbane's laugh was harsh as iron striking stone. Then you seek death. The crystal lies in the lair of Caradrax the Ancient, last of the great dragons. None who have sought audience have returned. Then we shall be the first, Lyra declared, her quiet determination silencing further objections. The ascent into the Dragonfell was treacherous. Narrow paths wound between chasms that plummeted into darkness so complete it seemed to devour light itself. The air thinned, carrying the acrid scent of brimstone and the distant rumble of what might have been thunder, or the breath of a creature vast beyond mortal reckoning. On the seventh day, they stood before a cavern mouth large enough to swallow a cathedral whole. Heat rippled the air, distorting their vision as they stepped into the dragon's domain. Caradrax lay coiled upon a mountain of treasure accumulated over millennia. Coins, artifacts, and the bones of those foolish enough to challenge him. Scales the color of burnished bronze shifted as he raised his ancient head, eyes like molten gold fixing upon the intruders. So small a party to seek so great a treasure, the dragon's voice resonated, shaking loose stalactites from the distant ceiling. Have you come to join my collection, mortals? It was Lyra who stepped forward, her fear evident yet overwhelmed by purpose. Great Caradrax, we seek not your gold or jewels, but the crystal of dawn that lies within your hoard. The kingdom of Thornvale stands upon the precipice of destruction, corrupted by a darkness that feeds upon our queen, my mother. The dragon's laughter sent tremors through the mountain. Bold words, little princess. But why should the fate of your ephemeral kingdom concern one such as I, who has watched empires rise and fall like waves upon the shore? Because the darkness that takes her does not stop with Thornvale, Aldrich interjected. It spreads like a cancer, tainting the very fabric of the land. Even your mountain will not remain untouched forever. Caradrax's eyes narrowed to burning slits. You speak of the crown of thorns. It was not a question. That abomination was old when the world was young. It should have remained beyond the veil. With a sound like an avalanche, the dragon shifted, revealing a crystal that glowed with dawn's first light, not resting upon the hoard, but embedded in the scales above his heart. The crystal you seek is not a separate thing, but part of me. Long ago, I and two others of my kind each took one into ourselves for safekeeping. It cannot be removed while I live. Silence fell heavy as a funeral shroud. Then we have failed before we've begun, Grimbane muttered. Perhaps not, Caradrax rumbled. There is a way, though the price is steep. The ancient dragon revealed that a ritual existed, one that would transfer the crystal's essence to a worthy vessel, a living being of noble heart and purpose. But the ritual would claim the life of the dragon. Why would you sacrifice yourself for us? Lyra asked. I am the last of my kind, princess. I have outlived my purpose in this world. Perhaps in death I might yet serve a greater cause than my own vanity. The dragon's eyes, ancient beyond reckoning, held a weariness that transcended species. The ritual required 3 days of preparation. On the final night, as Caradrax lay in a circle of runes etched by his own claw, he fixed Aldrich with a penetrating gaze. The crystal seeks a vessel, Knight Commander. One crystal alone will not break the crown's power. All three must be united, and when they are, someone must bear their combined light against the crown's darkness. I will bear that burden, Aldrich vowed. Then know this. The vessel that channels the light of all three crystals against the crown of thorns will be consumed in the conflagration. The ancient prophecies are clear. Only through the willing sacrifice of a pure soul can the darkness be unbound. As dawn broke, the ritual reached its culmination. Light erupted from the dragon's chest, coalescing into a radiant crystal that hovered momentarily before embedding itself in Aldrich's armor, directly above his heart. Caradrax's massive form crumbled to glittering dust that scattered on a sudden wind, leaving only his voice echoing in their minds. 2 more remain. Make haste. The Queen's essence diminishes with each passing day. The journey to the realm of the wild elves proved even more perilous. The Silverheart Forest had grown hostile under the crown's influence, its ancient trees uprooting themselves to block the traveler's path, its shadows harboring creatures born of nightmare. It was Lyra who found the way, sensing pathways through the twisted wood that others could not perceive, a gift of her royal blood, and perhaps something more. The wild elves, initially hostile, recognized in her something kindred to their own nature magic. Their chieftain, Thistleleaf, revealed that their guardian, the great stag Elderhorn, had carried the second crystal in his antlers for millennia. Like Caradrax, he was willing to surrender his essence, but the crystal's transfer nearly claimed Lyra's life, leaving a branching mark across her skin that glowed with inner light. The third crystal lay in the perpetual twilight realm of the Lords of Mist, accessible only by crossing the Veiled Sea during the equinox. Grimbane, revealing depths of knowledge surprising in one of his kind, led them to the crossing point and negotiated passage with the capricious lords, trading memories of his clan's secrets for safe conduct. The third guardian was a being of living mist, who had no name that could be pronounced in mortal tongues. Its crystal was surrendered to Grimbane after a contest of riddles that lasted 9 days and nights, leaving the dwarf forever changed. his eyes now swirling with the same mists that comprise the Lord's domain. When they at last returned to Thornvale, the kingdom lay in near ruin. The castle had become a twisted reflection of itself, thorny growths erupting from its walls like frozen black lightning. The people huddled in their homes, emaciated and fearful, as Queen Morrigan's spectral hunters prowled the streets in search of any who might harbor rebellious thoughts. "We are too late," Lyra whispered, gazing upon her childhood home with horror. "No," Aldrich countered, the crystal in his chest pulsing with light that echoed in those carried by his companions. "So long as the Queen lives, there is hope." Their entry into the castle came not through battle, but through the ancient passages known only to the royal bloodline. Lyra led them through forgotten corridors and hidden chambers, the crystal's light pushing back shadows that seemed almost solid in their malevolence. In the throne room, they found Queen Morrigan, or what remained of her. The regal woman who had once ruled with wisdom and compassion now floated several inches above her throne, her body unnaturally thin, skin stretched taut over bone. The crown of thorns had grown, its thorny protrusions now extending down to enmesh her skull like a cage of black lightning. Her eyes, when they opened, were pits of emerald fire. "My daughter returns," the Queen's voice echoed with an underlying chorus of whispers. "And she brings guests. How thoughtful." "Mother?" Lyra stepped forward, the crystal's light beneath her skin flaring. "We've come to free you." The thing wearing the Queen's form laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "Free? I have never been more powerful. Soon this mortal shell will have served its purpose, and I shall take form fully in this realm." "Not while we stand," Grimbane growled, his misty eyes narrowing as he raised his axe. What followed was not the battle they had anticipated. Instead, as they approached, the crown's thorns extended explosively, lashing out like whips of black energy. Where they struck, corruption spread, stone cracked, metal rusted, flesh withered. Aldrich, calling upon the training of his order, created a shield of pure light that momentarily held the darkness at bay. "The crystals!" he shouted. "Now!" Lyra and Grimbane moved to his side, the three crystals resonating in harmony, their light combining into a single beam that struck the crown. For a moment it seemed they might prevail as the crown's thorns recoiled, but then the entity within laughed again. "Fools! 3 crystals against a power from beyond the stars. You are insects battling the storm." The darkness surged anew, overwhelming Aldrich's shield, sending the 3 companions sprawling across the throne room floor. The knight felt the crystal in his chest burning, sensed the others doing the same. They were strong, yes, but not strong enough. Then he remembered the dragon's words. Only through the willing sacrifice of a pure soul can the darkness be unbound. Rising to his feet, ignoring the agony as one of the crown's thorns pierced his shoulder, Aldrich locked eyes with the Queen. For just a moment beneath the emerald fire, he glimpsed recognition and pleading. "Lyra," he called, his voice steady despite the pain. "Grimbane, when I fall, be ready to catch her." Understanding dawned in their eyes, along with horror. "Aldrich, no," Lyra began. But he was already moving, charging toward the throne with Oathkeeper drawn. The blade, forged generations ago to combat darkness, gleamed with the combined light of the 3 crystals as he focused their power through his own essence. The crown's defenses lashed at him, tearing through armor and flesh alike. Yet he pressed on, each step purchased with blood, until he stood before the Queen. The entity's emerald eyes widened in something akin to fear. "For Thornvale," Aldrich whispered. "For the Queen. For Dawn." He plunged Oathkeeper not into the Queen, but into himself, the blade piercing his own heart, where the first crystal had embedded. Light erupted from the wound, blinding in its intensity. The other 2 crystals responded, pulling free from Lyra and Grimbane to join with their brother, creating a nexus of pure radiance within the knight's failing body. With the last of his strength, Aldrich reached up and grasped the crown of thorns. The world went white. When vision returned to those in the throne room, Queen Morrigan lay crumpled upon the throne, the crown nowhere to be seen. Of Aldrich, nothing remained but Oathkeeper, its blade now etched with runes that had not been there before. Lyra rushed to her mother, cradling the queen's head as awareness slowly returned to her eyes. Eyes once again warm as honey, free of emerald fire. He knew, Grimbane said softly, reverently lifting Oathkeeper from the stone where it had fallen. From the moment Caradrax told him the prophecy, he knew it would end this way. Not end, Queen Morrigan whispered, her voice weak but her own once more. Begin anew. Look. She pointed with a trembling hand toward the windows where the first light of dawn streamed in. Beyond the castle, the corruption that had blighted Thornvale was receding like a tide, leaving renewal in its wake. The Silverheart's trees straightened, fields greened, and the very air seemed to shimmer with vitality. And if one looked closely at the dawn light as it touched the kingdom, they might glimpse, just for a moment, the silhouette of a knight standing watch, his vigil eternal, his sacrifice remembered in every sunrise that banished the dark. Story 3. The earth trembled beneath the ancient city of Valenbrook, sending ripples through the crystalline waters of the luminous canal. In the Tower of Celestial Archives, centuries-old tomes tumbled from their shelves as dust rained from cracked ceilings. Elder Arcanist Thaddeus steadied himself against his oak desk, weathered fingers clutching a scroll whose parchment glowed with an unearthly blue light. His eyes, clouded with cataracts yet sharp with inner sight, widened in terror as he traced the arcane symbols that had spontaneously appeared on the document. After 10 millennia, he whispered to the empty chamber, the primordial titans stir in their prison beneath the world. That same night, across the continent of Eldoria, 5 individuals from vastly different walks of life awoke simultaneously, each crying out as searing pain branded mysterious runes into their flesh. Kira slipped through the shadows of Crownsgate's merchant district, her nimble fingers having already relieved 3 noblemen of their coin purses. The night air carried the mingled scents of spiced wine, fresh bread, and the salt tang of the harbor beyond the city walls. Moonlight glinted off her dagger, a tool she hoped not to use, but never journeyed without. The young thief paused beneath a stone archway, counting her night's earnings with a satisfied smile. One more successful venture would pay her debt to the Foxglove Guild, buying her freedom from their service. As she tucked the coins into a hidden pocket, her forearm burned suddenly with blinding pain. Biting back a scream, she watched in horror as glowing amber lines etched themselves into her skin, forming an intricate symbol resembling a maelstrom. Miles away in the ancient elderleaf forest, Elendor knelt beside a moonlit pool, his elven features solemn as he performed the centennial blessing ritual. 300 years of life had taught the druid patience, yet even he felt anxiety as he contemplated the peculiar omens that had appeared in recent months. Birds flying in unnatural patterns, deep forest creatures venturing into clearings, ancient trees bleeding amber sap from unmarred bark. As he dipped his hands into the sacred waters, pain lanced up his arms. Gasping, Elendor staggered back, watching emerald runes materialize across his palms, symbols he recognized from texts so ancient even the elves considered them mere legend. "The mark of verdant binding," he murmured, dread settling in his stomach like a stone. In the mountain fortress of Carakdum, the dwarven warrior Brunhilde Ironheart was deep in her cups, celebrating a victorious skirmish against stone trolls that had threatened the eastern mining operations. The mead hall echoed with songs of valor and the clashing of tankards. Her braided beard, adorned with iron beads commemorating victories, swayed as she led her battle-kin in a traditional chant. The rune that appeared on her broad shoulder blazed like molten iron, sending her crashing to her knees mid-verse. The symbol resembled an anvil embraced by mountain peaks, pulsing with deep crimson light that shone through her chainmail. Deep within the mist-shrouded Shadowfen marshes, the massive figure of Gromash moved with surprising grace for an ogre his size. Exiled from his tribe for questioning their warlord's endless bloodlust, he had spent 5 solitary years mastering the art of herbalism, healing marsh dwellers who dared approach his hut. His hands, once used only for crushing enemies, now carefully harvested moon blossoms that bloomed exclusively under the light of the twin moons. The azure rune that manifested across his chest resembled flowing water constrained within unyielding barriers. Its appearance knocked the breath from his lungs and sent him stumbling into the knee-deep marsh water. And in the floating city of Etherspire, where the elite studied magics forbidden elsewhere, a figure wrapped in shadow-woven cloth observed the stars from a secluded balcony. Known only as Nyx, neither male nor female by conventional reckoning, the Shadow Mage had spent decades perfecting the art of bending darkness to their will. Few had seen the face beneath their cowl. Fewer still knew the tragedy that had driven them to such isolation. When the obsidian rune appeared on their chest, directly over their heart, Nyx showed no outward distress. They simply traced the symbol, reminiscent of a doorway between worlds, with one finger nodding as if receiving confirmation of a long-suspected truth. 1 week later, these 5 strangers found themselves drawn inexorably to the coastal city of Tidehaven, following visions that haunted their dreams of a submerged temple rising from the depths, of 5 pillars awaiting their touch, of ancient entities struggling against celestial chains. They converged at the waterfront during the highest tide of the year. Kira arrived first, her street instincts making her wary of the others who gradually appeared. The tall, willowy elf whose white hair danced in the sea breeze, the stocky dwarven woman whose armor clinked with each determined step, the enormous ogre who hunched as if trying to appear smaller, and the unsettling figure wrapped in shifting shadows. "So," Brunhilde broke the uncomfortable silence, "you lot have the burning marks too, I reckon." Without waiting for confirmation, she rolled up her sleeve, revealing her crimson rune. One by one, they revealed their marks, each a different color, each a different design, yet all pulsing in rhythmic unison. "The Temple of Azulon," Elendor said softly, pointing toward the horizon where the sea appeared to boil. "It rises only once every 1,000 years, when the celestial alignment weakens the barriers between realms. And we're supposed to, what? Swim there?" Kira asked, eyeing the churning waters skeptically. Her question was answered as the cobblestones beneath their feet began to shift, forming a straight pathway that extended across the water's surface toward a massive structure emerging from the depths. Ancient columns of iridescent stone broke through the waves, water cascading from carvings depicting battles between colossal beings and smaller figures bearing familiar rune marks. "The path presents itself," Nyx spoke for the first time, their voice neither deep nor high, but resonant with hidden power. As was foretold. Gromash, who had remained silent until now, rumbled, "In ogre legends, world rests on sleeping giants. When giants wake, world ends." His pronunciation was crude, but the dread in his voice transcended any linguistic barriers. The 5 reluctant companions walked the miraculous path, tension thick between them. Brunhilde kept one hand on her axe, eyeing the ogre with generational suspicion. Kira maintained a careful distance from everyone, calculating escape routes should this prove a trap. Only Elendor appeared somewhat at ease, though his eyes betrayed concern as he studied their destination. The Temple of Azulon loomed larger as they approached, a massive dome supported by 50 columns, each carved from a different material not found in the mortal realm. Waters parted around the structure as it continued to rise, revealing curved stairways and terraces inlaid with pulsing blue lines. At the temple's heart, they found a circular chamber with 5 equidistant pillars surrounding a central dais. Upon the dais rested what appeared to be a 3-dimensional map of their world, Eldoria, but beneath the familiar continents writhed 5 colossal figures, each partially emerged from the crust, their stone-like skin cracking to reveal magma veins beneath. "The primordial titans," Elendor whispered, recognition dawning on his ancient face. "The first beings to walk the world before even the gods. They shaped the lands with their bare hands, raised the mountains with their breath, carved the oceans with their tears, and nearly destroyed everything in their war with the Celestials," Nyx added. "Until they were bound beneath the earth, their power used to stabilize the world rather than rule it." The map glowed brighter, showing fissures spreading across Eldoria's surface, mountain ranges crumbling, forests igniting, cities collapsing. "This is happening now?" Kira asked, horror evident in her voice as she recognized Crownsgate among the cities shown in ruins. "It is what will happen," Elendor corrected, "if the Titans fully awaken." Brunhilde approached one of the pillars, which glowed with the same crimson light as her rune. "These were made for us, weren't they? For the rune bearers." Nyx nodded. "We are the inheritors of the ancient pact. The runes we bear are keys to the prison, or reinforcements to its walls." "How do we stop them?" Gromash asked, the simplicity of his question cutting through the complexity of their situation. "We must channel power through the runes," Elendor explained, placing his palms against his pillar, which pulsed with emerald light in response. "Together, our combined essence can reinforce the bindings for another millennium." One by one, they approached their respective pillars, Brunhilde to the crimson, Kira to the amber, Gromash to the azure, and Nyx to the obsidian. As each made contact, light surged through the chamber, flowing from their bodies through the pillars and into the central map. The titans in the map writhed more violently as the binding energy reached them. 4 began to subside, their movements slowing, their forms sinking deeper into the earth. But the 5th, a behemoth whose form suggested wings folded against its back, continued to rise. "Something's wrong," Elendor called out, strain evident in his voice. "One of the bindings isn't holding." Kira, whose street instincts had been screaming warning since they'd entered the temple, glanced from face to face. Her gaze settled on Nyx, whose shadows seemed to be absorbing the obsidian light rather than channeling it toward the map. "It's you," she accused, her free hand moving to her dagger. "You're not binding your titan. You're helping it break free." The Shadow Mage's cowl shifted as they turned their head. "Clever girl, but far too late." The chamber shuddered violently. Cracks appeared in the pillars as Nyx raised both hands, shadows coalescing around them into tendrils that whipped toward the others. Gromash roared in pain as one slashed across his chest. Brunhilde ducked another, reaching for her axe only to find her limbs suddenly leaden, unresponsive. "Why?" Elendor demanded, his ancient eyes filled with sorrow rather than fear. "Why betray your own world?" "This was never my world," Nyx replied, their voice distorting, deepening. "The Celestials stole what was rightfully ours. The Titans shaped this realm from chaos, yet were imprisoned for their power." The shadows around them peeled away, revealing not human flesh, but crystalline facets that refracted light in impossible ways. "I am no traitor. I am Nyx Atheron, child of the Obsidian Titan, left behind to await this moment." The chamber quaked more violently, sections of ceiling crashing down around them. The map showed the 5th Titan, the Obsidian Titan, now half emerged from the earth, its wings extending to block out the sun over an entire continent. You need all 5 pillars activated to reinforce the bindings, Nyx taunted. Without mine, you merely delay the inevitable. Kira, still the most mobile among them, caught Elendor's eye. The ancient druid nodded almost imperceptibly before closing his eyes in deep concentration. The thief understood. They needed a 5th channel to replace the traitorous Nyx. In one fluid motion, she leaped toward the shadow being, her dagger aimed not to kill, but to slice across their chest where the obsidian rune pulsed. Nyx howled as the blade, a simple steel weapon with no magical properties, somehow cut through their crystalline form and severed the rune from their body. The mark, still glowing with power, fell to the temple floor like a physical object. Kira snatched it up, crying out as it burned her palm, but refusing to release it. With determined steps, she pressed her hand against the obsidian pillar, channeling power through both her amber rune and the stolen obsidian mark. Pain, beyond description, coursed through her body as it tried to channel 2 opposing energies simultaneously. Her vision blurred, blood vessels rupturing in her eyes. Yet she maintained her position, feeling rather than seeing the final titan slowly, reluctantly sink back into its prison. Nyx screamed in rage, their form destabilizing without the rune that had anchored them to the mortal realm. The shadow being lunged toward Kira, only to be intercepted by Gromash, who wrapped massive arms around the thrashing figure. "No more hurt friends," the ogre growled, squeezing until Nyx's crystalline form cracked, then shattered into countless obsidian shards that dissolved into ordinary shadow. The temple shuddered one final time before stabilizing. The map showed all 5 titans once again fully submerged beneath Eldoria's crust, though faint pulses of movement suggested their slumber remained restless. Kira collapsed as the pillar's light faded, the stolen rune crumbling to dust in her severely burned palm. Elendor knelt beside her, murmuring healing incantations that slowed but could not stop the damage spreading through her system. "Did we succeed?" she whispered, her voice raspy. "Yes," Brunhilde confirmed, supporting the thief's head. "The bindings are restored. Eldoria is safe, for now." "The runes remain," Elendor added, examining his own mark, which no longer glowed but remained etched in his skin. "We are still bound to the Titans, still responsible for maintaining the prison." "What does that mean for us?" Kira asked, though the growing heaviness in her limbs suggested she might not live long enough to be concerned with future responsibilities. Gromash, his simple wisdom cutting through complexities once more, rumbled, "Means we family now, bound by marks, bound by purpose." The chamber grew brighter as sunlight streamed through the oculus above, illuminating the dust motes and obsidian fragments still floating in the air. The Temple of Azulon had ceased its ascent, but showed no signs of returning to the depths. "This place is ours now," Elendor declared, "our sanctuary and our burden. From here, we must watch for signs of the Titans stirring and be ready when they try again, as they surely will." Brunhilde nodded grimly. "And we must find others to continue our vigil when we are gone." "Others except me," Kira murmured, her breathing growing shallow. "I don't think I have much time left." Elendor's expression shifted, determination replacing resignation. "Perhaps not as you are now." He gestured to the central map, where a 6th, previously unnoticed pillar had emerged, this one gleaming with pure white light. "But the temple has acknowledged your sacrifice. It offers a different path." "What kind of path?" she asked, suspicion warring with desperate hope. "Guardianship," the druid answered. "Beyond mortality, beyond the constraints of your human form. Become one with the binding magics themselves." Gromash carried her gently to the white pillar. As her fingertips brushed its surface, Kira gasped, not in pain, but in wonder. Her body began to glow, amber light from within meeting white light from without. For a moment her companions saw not the street thief they had met, but her essence, brilliant, resilient, and unfailingly loyal despite her profession. When the light faded, Kira stood transformed. Her physical form remained, but her eyes shimmered with amber light, and her skin bore not just her original rune, but intricate patterns connecting all 5 symbols. "I understand now," she whispered, her voice resonating with newfound power. "I see them all, the titans, their prison, the bindings that hold them. I can feel the moment any binding weakens." The 4 rune bearers gathered around their transformed companion, each placing a hand on her shoulders in a circle of unity. Outside, the waters of the shimmering sea settled into unnatural stillness around the Temple of Azulon, which now floated serenely upon the surface rather than sinking or rising further. Fishermen returning to Tidehaven reported seeing 5 figures standing upon the temple's highest terrace, vigilant guardians against a threat the world had forgotten but would someday face again. And beneath the earth, the titans slumbered fitfully, dreaming of freedom, waiting for the next chance to break their chains, unaware that the power they had once commanded now served as their eternal prison, borne by those they would have once considered insignificant. Story 4. The ancient stone towers of Blackmere cast long shadows over the cobblestone streets as twilight descended upon the city. Lanterns flickered to life, their flames dancing like captive stars as merchants packed away their wares and taverns opened their doors to weary travelers. In the central square, where the great fountain of Solari bubbled with waters said to have been blessed by the moon goddess herself, a young woman's fingers danced across the strings of a silverwood harp. Elawan Nightsong's eyes remained closed as she played, copper hair gleaming in the fading light, her slender form swaying gently with each note that floated into the evening air. Unlike the other street performers who sought to capture attention with flamboyant gestures and boisterous tunes, Elawan played as if she were alone in the world, following melodies that seemed to exist somewhere beyond conscious thought. Coins clinked softly into the velvet-lined case at her feet, but the young bard scarcely noticed. Her mind followed the threads of music upward, beyond the spires of Blackmere, past the rolling hills of the Emerald Vale, to the distant mist-shrouded peaks of the Forbidden Mountains, where no human had set foot in living memory. As the last notes of her song faded into the twilight, Elawan's eyes fluttered open. The usual crowd had gathered, merchants seeking a moment's respite before returning to their families, children with wide eyes and wider imaginations, elderly folk who remembered when bards were revered as keepers of ancient wisdom rather than mere entertainers. But tonight a figure stood apart from the rest, a tall man in robes of midnight blue, his silver-streaked beard meticulously groomed, his eyes sharp as flint beneath heavy brows. The insignia on his breast marked him as a member of the Arcanum, the kingdom's elite order of mages. "Unusual melodies for one so young," he remarked as the crowd dispersed. "I don't believe I've heard their like before." Elawan carefully laid her harp in its case, a prickle of unease running down her spine. "Simply improvisations, my lord. The music comes as it will." "Does it now?" The mage's smile didn't reach his eyes. "And does this music also whisper to you of things long forgotten, of creatures banished from memory?" Elawan's hands stilled. The song that had haunted her dreams for months, the melody that pulled her gaze constantly toward the Forbidden Mountains. Could this stranger somehow know of it? "I'm not certain what you mean," she replied carefully. "I think you do." He leaned closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "Beware such songs, young bard. Some melodies are better left unplayed, some harmonies better left undiscovered." With that cryptic warning, he turned and vanished into the gathering darkness, the silver embroidery on his robes catching the last light of day. That night, the song came to Elawan more powerfully than ever before. It wove through her dreams like golden thread through tapestry, insistent and undeniable. A voice both ancient and newborn called to her across vast distances, a voice of fire and starlight. Find me, free me. The time approaches. Dawn found her packing her few possessions. Her precious harp, a change of clothes, provisions for the journey, and the small bronze medallion that was her only inheritance from parents she had never known. The innkeeper who had raised her since infancy watched with sad eyes, but asked no questions. Old Marla had always known this day would come, had seen it in the way Elowyn stared at the mountains, had heard it in the strange melodies that flowed from her harp. "The forbidden mountains are treacherous," was all she said, pressing a small pouch of dried herbs into Elowyn's hand. "Brew these if you find yourself in peril. They might grant you a moment's advantage." 3 days of travel brought Elowyn to the foothills, where ancient forests gave way to rocky slopes. The path, if it could be called such, grew faint, then disappeared altogether. Yet she pressed on, guided by the melody that now sang constantly in her mind, growing stronger with each step toward the mist-enshrouded peaks. On the 4th day, as she picked her way through a narrow ravine, the song suddenly swelled to a crescendo that nearly brought her to her knees. Gasping, Elowyn pressed her palms against rough stone, only to feel it vibrate beneath her touch. The rock face before her shimmered, revealing what had been hidden by ancient magic. An arched doorway carved with symbols she couldn't read yet somehow understood. Enter. I wait. The passage beyond the door wound deep into the mountain's heart, illuminated by crystals that glowed with soft blue light. The air grew warmer as Elowyn descended, carrying scents of sulfur and spice. The song pulled her onward until the passage opened into a vast cavern whose ceiling was lost in darkness. At its center, upon a dais of black stone, rested an object that gleamed like a massive opal, an egg the size of a small child, its surface iridescent with colors that shifted and swirled as if alive. "Impossible," Elowyn whispered, her voice echoing through the chamber. Dragons had vanished from the world centuries ago, hunted to extinction by the very order of mages, whose emblem the stranger in Blackmere had worn. Yet here before her lay proof that the ancient tales were wrong. As if responding to her voice, the egg trembled. Hairline fractures appeared across its gleaming surface, spreading like lightning through storm clouds. Drawn forward by an irresistible impulse, Elowyn removed her harp from its case and began to play, her fingers finding the melody that had haunted her dreams. The egg's trembling intensified, synchronized with the rhythm of her song. A crack split the shell from top to bottom, revealing a glimpse of scales that shimmered like polished copper. Another piece fell away, then another, until at last a creature emerged, no larger than a small dog, but unmistakably draconic. Translucent wings unfurled like wet parchment, a sinuous neck stretched toward the ceiling, and eyes the color of molten gold fixed upon Elowyn with ancient intelligence. At last, a voice spoke directly into her mind. "The last dragon singer has come." Before Elowyn could respond to this revelation, a shout echoed from the passageway behind her. Torchlight spilled into the cavern, followed by the clank of armored footsteps. "Seize the girl and the hatchling," commanded a voice she recognized with dread. The mage from Blackmere. "The ritual must be completed before the solstice moon." Strong hands grasped Elowyn's shoulders, but the dragon hatchling moved with startling speed, leaping onto the chest of the nearest assailant. Though small, its claws and teeth proved sharp enough to penetrate the leather armor, sending the man reeling backward with a cry of pain. "Careful, you fools!" the mage shouted. "Valkoth needs the creature's blood, not its corpse." In the confusion, Elowyn snatched up her harp and the dragon, which curled around her arm like living jewelry. Her eyes darted around the chamber, seeking escape. The main passage was blocked by the mage's followers, but a narrow crevice on the far side of the cavern admitted a faint breeze, suggesting another way out. With the dragon clutching her shoulder, Elowen sprinted toward the opening. Behind her, the mage, Valkoth, raised his staff, unleashing a bolt of crackling energy that struck the ground at her heels. The impact sent her tumbling forward into the crevice, stones and dust raining down as the passage partially collapsed behind her. Darkness enveloped her, but the dragon's scales emitted a soft glow that illuminated the rough-hewn tunnel stretching before them. The creature's claws dug into her tunic, not painfully, but with a pressure that conveyed urgency. "We must reach the ancient veil before they clear the passage," the dragon's voice resonated in her mind. "There, if your music is strong enough, we might yet awaken my kin." "Your kin!" Elowen gasped, half running, half crawling through the narrowing tunnel. "I thought dragons were extinct." "Not extinct, transformed. When the Mage Kings hunted us centuries ago, the last of our kind used the most powerful magic known to dragonkind. They merged their consciousness with the earth itself, becoming the mountains that now guard the realm. They sleep, dreaming dragon dreams, waiting for one who could call them back to their true forms. The tunnel began to slope upward, and soon Elowen glimpsed daylight ahead. Emerging onto a mountain ledge, she found herself gazing down upon a valley hidden within the mountain's embrace, a perfect circle of green amid the rocky desolation. At its center stood 7 stone formations, each resembling a dragon in repose, their features weathered by centuries of wind and rain, but still recognizable to one who knew what to look for. "The ancient veil," she breathed, understanding dawning. "And these are my ancestors, the great 7 who shaped the world in its infancy." And there, the dragon extended a wing toward the largest formation, a mountain whose silhouette suggested a dragon with wings half unfurled. There sleeps Orax, first of the fire drakes, keeper of the eternal flame. A distant shout from within the mountain reminded Elowen of their pursuers. "What must I do?" "Play, dragon singer. Play the song that called to you, that led you to my egg. Play as your ancestors once did, when dragons and humans forged the pact that balanced the realms." Elowen's fingers trembled as she raised her harp. "My ancestors? What do you mean?" "Look at your medallion, the symbol you've carried all your life." Elowen pulled the bronze disc from beneath her tunic, studying the emblem she'd always assumed was merely decorative. A stylized flame encircled by what she now recognized as a dragon's tail. The mark of the dragon singers, humans born with the rare gift to communicate with dragonkind through music. The last of your line vanished the same day the last dragon eggs were thought destroyed. Your mother hid you among common folk, concealed the last egg, my egg, with ancient magic, and sacrificed herself to mislead our hunters. Tears blurred Elowen's vision as she positioned her harp. The song rose within her, no longer a mere melody, but a tapestry of sound that encompassed joy and sorrow, birth and death, sleeping and awakening. Her fingers moved across the strings with newfound purpose, drawing forth harmonies that seemed to resonate with the very rocks beneath her feet. The hatchling lifted its head, adding its voice to her music, a keening cry that pierced the heavens. The sound echoed across the valley, rebounding from the stone dragons in waves of increasing power. Far below, the earth began to tremble. Fissures appeared across the largest formation as sections of stone shifted, revealing scales the color of sunset beneath. A massive eye, amber and ancient, opened in what had appeared to be a rocky crag. Wings that had been mistaken for weathered ridges unfurled with a sound like thunder, sending cascades of boulders tumbling into the valley. One by one, the stone dragons awakened, shrugging off the disguise of centuries. The air filled with their wing beats, their roars shaking the mountains to their foundations. The ground heaved and buckled as tails the size of rivers lashed free of earthly confinement. Behind Eloan, a section of mountainside exploded outward as Valkoth and his followers fought their way free of the collapsed tunnel. The Archimage's face contorted with rage as he beheld the awakening dragons, his carefully laid plans crumbling before his eyes. "Kill her!" he screamed, raising his staff. "Kill her now, before they fully awaken!" But his followers stood transfixed by the spectacle below, their weapons hanging limp in suddenly nerveless hands. Even as Valkoth summoned dark energies to strike Eloan down, the largest dragon, Aurochs, rose on hind legs that scraped the clouds, fixing burning eyes upon the tiny figures on the ledge. "Well played, Dragon Singer!" The ancient dragon's voice resonated not just in Eloan's mind, but across the valley, a psychic force that drove Valkoth's followers to their knees. The balance restores itself once more. With a gesture almost casual in its simplicity, Aurochs exhaled a stream of flame that engulfed Valkoth where he stood. When the fire dissipated, nothing remained of the Archimage but a staff of blackened wood and a circle of molten stone. Eloan sank to her knees, exhausted by the power that had flowed through her. The hatchling nuzzled her cheek, its scaled body warm against her skin. "This is but the beginning, Dragon Singer," it told her. "The world has existed too long without the balance of dragons. Much has been forgotten that must be remembered, much destroyed that must be rebuilt." "What is your name?" Eloan asked, realizing she had never thought to ask. The hatchling's response came with a mental image of flames dancing across midnight skies, of stars reflected in still waters. "Names are earned, not given," Aurochs answered in the hatchling's place, settling onto a nearby peak with earth-shaking force. "Let this one's deeds determine what it shall be called. For now, the title Lastborn must suffice." As twilight descended upon the ancient vale, Eloan sat among dragons reborn, her harp upon her lap, new melodies already forming in her mind. Far below, in cities and villages across the realm, people gazed in wonder at mountains that had stood since time immemorial now taking flight, their massive forms silhouetted against the setting sun. And somewhere in the spaces between realms, the cosmic balance that had tilted dangerously toward chaos for centuries began, slowly but surely, to right itself once more. Story 5. The first breach appeared at twilight in the northern kingdom of Astria. The sky split like torn parchment, revealing a swirling vortex of impossible colors where stars should have been. From this wound in reality emerged creatures with too many limbs and eyes that glowed with the cold light of distant stars, beings never meant to walk mortal soil. By dawn, 3 villages had been reduced to ash and twisted bone, their inhabitants' screams still echoing across the desolate landscape. Similar tears soon appeared across all 7 kingdoms, in the verdant forests of Silvenheim, in the crystalline deserts of Carteresh, in the floating isles of Etheria. Ancient wards flared and failed. Protective enchantments, centuries in the making, unraveled like poorly spun thread. The scholars of the arcane citadel whispered fearfully of the labyrinth of realms, the mystical nexus at the heart of creation that bound all worlds together, and how, after millennia of perfect order, it had begun to fail. In the deepest dungeon beneath the golden palace of Solaris, a prisoner raised his head as the very stones around him trembled. Prince Darian's once proud features were gaunt from 3 years of captivity, his royal garments long since reduced to rags, his golden hair matted and dull. Yet his eyes the color of summer storms, remained defiant. "The barriers weaken," he murmured, running calloused fingers over the strange mark that had appeared on his palm the night the tremors began, a spiraling sigil that occasionally pulsed with golden light. Just as the old prophecies warned. As if in answer to his words, the iron door to his cell disintegrated, not unlocked or broken, but simply collapsed into dust, as if it had aged 1,000 years in an instant. In its place stood a woman unlike any Darien had ever seen. Her skin shimmered with faint luminescence, her hair floated around her head as if suspended in water, and her eyes held no pupils, only swirling galaxies of light. "Prince Darien of Solaris," she spoke, her voice resonating with echoes as if many were speaking as one. "I am Orla, guardian of the third sphere. The labyrinth fails, the boundaries between realms collapse. You bear the mark of the key-bearer." Darien slowly rose to his feet. "I know nothing of any labyrinth or mark. I am a prisoner condemned for a crime I did not commit, the murder of my father, King Elendor. Your innocence is known to the labyrinth, as is the identity of the true murderer." Orla extended her hand, revealing a matching spiral sigil on her own palm. "Time fractures around us. Will you remain here, awaiting execution for a false crime, or will you fulfill the destiny written in your blood?" The choice, in the end, was simple, and Darien took her hand, and the dungeon walls dissolved around them. They materialized atop a mountain peak, overlooking the sprawling capital city of Solaris. In the 3 years since his imprisonment, the golden spires and crystalline domes had lost their luster. Dark clouds swirled above the city, punctured by rifts that pulsed with sickly light. Through these openings poured shadowy figures that descended upon the panicking populace. "The work of my uncle, no doubt," Darien growled, his hands clenching into fists. "Lord Malachi never could accept that my father chose peace over conquest." "His ambitions extend beyond mere kingship now," Orla replied, her gaze fixed on the largest rift, hovering directly above the palace. "He has learned of Azathoth, the god who waits between worlds, and seeks to free him from his prison within the labyrinth. Each collapse of a boundary strengthens Azathoth and weakens the chains that bind him." "How do we stop this?" "The labyrinth was sealed by 7 keys, 7 individuals whose essence resonates with the fundamental forces of creation. When the original builders completed their work, they encoded the keys into bloodlines that would manifest when needed." Orla touched the spiral mark on Darien's palm. "You are one such key-bearer. We must find the others before the labyrinth collapses entirely." Their quest began in the forests of Sylvanheim, where rumors spoke of a young druid who could command trees to move and reshape the very earth with a whisper. They found Thorn amidst a circle of ancient oaks, desperately trying to heal a rift that leaked corrosive mist into his forest sanctuary. The spiral mark gleamed on his forearm as he worked, his face etched with determination and exhaustion. "The forest dies," he said simply when they approached. "Nothing I do seems to help. Because the problem lies not here, but at the heart of the labyrinth itself," Orla explained, showing him her mark. "You are needed for a greater healing." In the volcanic mountains of Drakenfell, they found the 3rd key-bearer, a dwarven forge priestess named Embersoul, who wore her mark like a brand across her face. Her hammers struck metal that glowed with otherworldly light, creating wards that temporarily held back the fiery beings emerging from rifts within the mountain's depths. "My ancestors spoke of this day," she said grimly, setting down her tools, "when the anvil of creation would require reforging." The floating isles of Etheria yielded the 4th key-bearer, an aging scholar named Zephyrus, whose studies of celestial alignments had driven him to near madness even before the rifts appeared. His mark spiraled around his left eye, giving him visions of pathways between worlds that no mortal was meant to comprehend. "I've seen the center," he whispered, clutching Darien's arm with surprising strength. "The labyrinth is beautiful and terrible, and at its heart waits the devourer of light." In the crystalline deserts of Kartaresh, they rescued the 5th key-bearer, a young seer named Nasira, from cultists who worshipped the rifts and the horrors that emerged from them. Her mark encircled her throat like an ornate necklace, glowing whenever she spoke prophecies that poured from her lips unbidden. The seventh key lies silent in darkness, she told them during the journey from her homeland, waiting to be turned in a lock that will consume it utterly. The sixth key-bearer proved most elusive and most surprising. In the frost-covered realm of Nordheim, they found not a mighty warrior as expected, but a small girl of no more than 10 winters. Ira's entire right arm bore the spiraling mark, and frost followed her footsteps even in the warmest climates. "I dreamed of you," she told Darion upon their meeting. "I dreamed of all the doors between worlds and how they cry out in pain as they break." As their group journeyed between kingdoms, narrowly escaping the increasingly frequent incursions of otherworldly horrors, Orla taught them about the labyrinth, how it had been constructed at the dawn of creation to separate realms that would destroy each other if they touched, how it contained prisons for beings too powerful and malevolent to be destroyed. "The 7 keys represent the fundamental forces of creation," she explained, as they sheltered in an ancient temple whose wards still held against the chaos outside. Life and death, order and chaos, creation and destruction. "That's only 6, Embersoul pointed out. "What's the 7th? "Sacrifice," Orla replied, her luminous gaze resting briefly on Darion. "The force that binds all others together." Their path eventually led them back to Solaris, now barely recognizable beneath a sky torn open by dozens of rifts. The Golden Palace had transformed into a twisted parody of its former glory, its towers stretching unnaturally toward the largest rift, its once beautiful architecture warped into shapes that hurt the eye to perceive. Within the throne room, they found Lord Malachi, or what remained of him. The man who had murdered his brother the king and framed his nephew now floated several feet above the throne, his body elongated and translucent, cosmic energies swirling beneath his skin. Around him, reality itself bent and folded like origami in invisible hands. "Nephew," the thing that had been Malachi spoke, its voice resonating from multiple mouths that opened and closed across its form. "You've brought the keys directly to me. How thoughtful." "It ends here, Uncle," Darion declared, drawing the ancestral sword he'd reclaimed during their journey. "Your ambition has doomed thousands already." Malachi laughed, the sound fracturing into discordant harmonies. "My ambition? I serve a god who existed before your ancestors crawled from the primordial ooze. Azathoth has promised me dominion over all 7 kingdoms once he breaks free of his prison." "And you believed the promises of a being called the Devourer of Light?" Zephyrus scoffed. "Your studies were always shallow, Malachi." The battle that followed bent reality around them. Malachi commanded powers stolen from the rifts, shadows that burned, light that froze, sounds that shredded flesh. But the key-bearers fought with the fundamental forces of creation flowing through their marks, thorn-called roots that erupted through the palace floor to entangle their foe. Embersoul's hammers struck with the force of mountain roots grinding together. Zephyrus bent space to redirect Malachi's attacks. Nasira spoke words of power that temporarily nullified the stolen magic. Ira froze time itself in localized pockets. Yet Malachi grew stronger with each passing moment as the rift above the palace widened. Through it, they glimpsed a vast presence, a darkness studded with malevolent stars, tentacles the size of continents, eyes that contained universes of suffering. "Azathoth awakens!" Malachi cried in triumph as the palace began to disintegrate around them. "The labyrinth falls! We must reach the Nexus Gate!" Orla shouted above the chaos. "Only there can the labyrinth be resealed." At the center of the throne room, reality peeled away to reveal an archway composed of shifting geometric patterns that hurt the mind to observe directly. The Nexus Gate, the direct entrance to the heart of the labyrinth of realms. One by one, the key-bearers fought their way to the gate, each touch of their marked hands causing sections of its complex structure to stabilize and glow with renewed power. But as Darian approached, Orla blocked his path, her expression solemn. "You understand what must happen now," she said quietly. "Why we needed you most of all." Realization dawned in Darian's eyes as Nasira's prophecy echoed in his mind. The seventh key lies silent in darkness, waiting to be turned in a lock that will consume it utterly. "I am sacrifice," he whispered. Orla nodded. "The labyrinth requires balance above all. To seal Azathoth away again and restore the boundaries between realms, the seventh key must be turned from within." Behind them, Malachi screamed as tendrils of darkness from the rift engulfed him, his body collapsing in on itself as Azathoth consumed his essence to fuel the final breaking of its chains. "There must be another way," Thorn protested, but Darian silenced him with a raised hand. "My father died because he understood sacrifice," the prince said, a strange calm settling over him. "He refused to sacrifice others for power, and my uncle killed him for it. I can do no less in honoring his memory." Before his companions could argue further, Darian strode through the Nexus Gate. Beyond lay not darkness, as he had expected, but an impossible space where pathways twisted between floating islands, where distant worlds could be glimpsed through countless arches similar to the one he had just passed through. At the center of everything hung a writhing darkness, Azathoth straining against chains of pure light that grew more transparent with each passing moment. Darian approached the center, his mark burning brighter with each step. The chains of light connected to a keyhole that pulsed in synchronized rhythm with his spiraling sigil. "A king protects his people," he murmured, thinking of his father's favorite lesson. "No matter the cost." He pressed his marked palm against the keyhole, and the universe held its breath. In all 7 kingdoms, the rifts froze in mid-fluctuation. The invading horrors paused in their rampage. Time itself seemed to stutter and wait. Within the labyrinth, Darian felt his essence unwinding, his very being becoming part of the mechanism that separated and protected the realms. His last conscious thought was not of regret or fear, but of hope. Hope that the kingdoms would rebuild, that his companions would tell his story truly, that his father's legacy of peace would endure. The mark on his palm flared one final time, and Prince Darian of Solaris ceased to exist as a mortal being. Instead, his consciousness expanded through the labyrinth, becoming its new guardian, its living key. Across the 7 kingdoms, the rifts sealed themselves, the invaders crumbled to dust, and the skies cleared to reveal familiar stars. The remaining key-bearers found themselves standing in the restored throne room of Solaris, their marks fading but never completely disappearing, a reminder of their connection to the labyrinth and its new guardian. And in quiet moments, when the boundaries between dreams and reality thinned, they sometimes heard Darian's voice, whispering from between worlds. "The doors are sealed, the paths are clear, the realms are safe once more." Story 6. The crimson sun balanced precariously on the horizon of Avalon, its feeble rays stretching like desperate fingers across the frost-covered plains. In 3 days' time it would vanish completely, plunging the divided continent into the long dark. 6 months when the shadow creatures ruled and humans huddled behind walls of stone and spell-forged steel. Already the daylight hours had dwindled to a mere handful, the sun's path skimming the edge of the world before surrendering to the encroaching night. Along the northern border of the Shield Realms, where ancient standing stones marked the boundary between the civilized lands and the Shadowfell wastes, Guard Captain Freya Wolfborn stood watch, with her hand resting on the pommel of her well-worn sword. Frost rimed her fur-lined cloak and collected in the intricate braids of her auburn hair. At 30 winters, her face bore the weathered look of one who had faced too many long darks, each leaving its mark in the faint lines around her eyes and the permanent furrow between her brows. "Movement in the western pass," her lieutenant reported, pointing toward a narrow gap between two snow-covered peaks. "Shadow wolves by the look of it, getting bolder with each passing day." Freya's grip tightened on her sword. "Sound the alert. I want archers on the ridge and fire oil ready." The creatures of shadow typically waited until full dark before venturing this close to the border, but with the long dark approaching, their hunger grew alongside their power. She had lost 3 good guards in the past week alone. As her soldiers scrambled to defensive positions, Freya's attention was drawn to something unexpected. A shimmer of blue light emanating from beyond the next ridge. It pulsed with a rhythm almost like a heartbeat, visible even against the deepening twilight. "Hold position," she commanded. "I'll investigate." Ignoring her lieutenant's protests, Freya made her way across the snowy terrain, one hand still on her sword. As she crested the ridge, her breath caught in her throat. A monolith of crystal stood in a perfect circle of bare ground, untouched by the snow that blanketed everything else. The crystal glowed with an inner blue light that shifted and swirled like liquid, trapped within solid form. And embedded within it, only its hilt and a small portion of its blade visible, was a sword unlike any Freya had ever seen. Its crossguard was crafted in the shape of spreading rays, its pommel a perfect golden sphere that captured and magnified the monolith's light. "The Blade of Dawn," Freya whispered, the name coming to her lips unbidden. Something compelled her forward. Despite her years of training and natural caution, Freya found herself reaching towards the sword's hilt. As her fingers closed around it, the world exploded into blinding light. Visions cascaded through her mind, a sword forged in the heart of a dying sun, a golden-armored champion wielding it against a tide of darkness. The same champion later corrupted, his armor blackened, his once noble features twisted by shadow, the blade shattering into fragments as its last wielder made a desperate sacrifice to prevent eternal night. When Freya's vision cleared, she found herself on her knees before the monolith, the sword's hilt clutched in her hand. The crystal had shattered, its fragments melting like spring ice in the morning sun. And the sword, what remained of it, was little more than the hilt and a jagged shard of the blade, broken a handspan from the crossguard. "You bear the blood of the Dawn champions," spoke a voice like the whisper of steel against leather. Freya leapt to her feet, whirling to find the source of the words. A figure stood before her, translucent, glowing with the same blue light as the monolith. It was a woman in ancient armor, her features proud and sorrowful, her form not quite solid. "Who are you?" Freya demanded. Was Solari, last wielder of the Dawn Blade. For 1,000 years my spirit has waited within the crystal prison, guarding what remains of the sacred weapon until one of the bloodline could reclaim it." The apparition's gaze bore into Freya. "The long dark approaches, but this time the Lord of Eternal Night plans to extend his dominion. If he succeeds, the sun will never rise again over Avalorn." Before Freya could question further, howls erupted from the western pass. Not the hunting cries of shadow wolves, but something deeper, more primal. The apparition turned toward the sound, her ethereal features hardening. "Night stalkers," she hissed. "The Lord's elite hunters. They sense the blade's awakening." Freya drew her standard-issue sword, though instinct told her it would be useless against whatever approached. "My guards cannot help against these foes." Solari gestured to the broken blade in Freya's other hand. "Even shattered, the Dawn Blade retains some power against creatures of shadow. Strike with purpose, and it will answer your need." The first of the Night Stalkers crested the ridge, a monstrosity of shadow and bone, moving on all fours yet vaguely humanoid, its skeletal face dominated by empty eye sockets that somehow still held malevolent awareness. Behind it came others, at least a dozen. Freya raised the broken blade, which began to glow with golden light. As the nearest creature leaped, she swung in a desperate arc. The blade sliced through shadow stuff as if it were silk, and the creature dissolved with a shriek that pierced her very soul. 3 more fell to the golden edge before the others retreated, their howls carrying promises of return and retribution. "They will bring more," Solari warned. "The blade must be reforged before the long dark begins." Its fragments were scattered across Avalorn when it shattered, one to each of the 5 realms. Freya stared at the broken weapon in her hand. In the fading twilight, it seemed both ancient artifact and living thing, its golden light pulsing in time with her heartbeat. "Why me? The blood of both champions flows in your veins, the Dawn Lord who first wielded the blade, and the Shadow Lord who now seeks eternal night." Solari's form began to fade as she spoke. Only one of dual heritage can reforge the blade and face the Lord of Eternal Night as an equal. "I don't understand," Freya protested, but the apparition was already dispersing like mist before sunrise. "Find the fragments." Solari's voice lingered after her form had vanished. "Seek the blind seer in Mistral Vale. Trust your blood, but guard your heart. The shadow calls to its own." 3 days later, Freya stood before the Sentinel Council in the fortress city of Dawnwatch, completing her report. The chamber was carved from a single massive piece of starstone, said to have fallen from the heavens in the First Age. Its walls glowed with a soft white light that required no maintenance and never dimmed, a small comfort against the long dark that had officially begun at sunrise, or rather, where sunrise should have been. "So," drawled Lord Commander Thorn, his aged fingers steepled before him, "you abandoned your post, based on a vision from a ghost, and now propose to spend the long dark hunting fragments of a mythical weapon, rather than defending the border as is your sworn duty." Presented in such terms, even Freya had to admit it sounded like madness. Yet the broken blade at her hip pulsed with undeniable power, and the Night Stalker's attack had left 3 of her soldiers dead before she could return with the weapon that dispersed the creatures like mist before a strong wind. "My duty is to protect the realm from shadow," she replied, meeting the Lord Commander's skeptical gaze. "If the Lord of Eternal Night extends his dominion, as the apparition warned, no border defense will suffice." "Let us assume for a moment that this tale holds some truth," interjected Lady Sylvia, youngest of the council members. "How do you propose to find these fragments scattered across 5 realms? The mountain passes are already becoming impassable, and shadow creatures roam freely beyond our walls." Freya had anticipated this question. "I require a small company, 5 of us, 1 for each fragment. I've already identified suitable companions." She unrolled a parchment on the council table. "Prince Alaric of the Silver Isles, whose naval maps detail hidden waterways beneath the mountains. Shaman Kitra of the Frost Clans, whose blindness allows her to see paths hidden to ordinary sight. Vex of the Shadow Marks, former assassin whose knowledge of the enemy's ways is unmatched. And Lysander, apprentice to the Archmage, whose experimental portal magic could expedite our journey." Silence fell over the chamber as the council members exchanged glances. Finally, Lord Commander Thorn sighed. "The signs have been troubling this past year," he admitted reluctantly. "More shadow creatures, greater boldness, strange lights in the northern skies. If there's even a small chance that something worse than the usual long dark approaches." He straightened in his chair. "You have until midwinter. If you haven't found these fragments by then, return to your post, assuming you still live." The company assembled at Dawnwatch's eastern gate as the city prepared for first nightfall. Prince Alaric cut a resplendent figure in silver-chased armor, his arrogance evident in every perfectly poised line of his body. Beside him, a stark contrast, stood Shaman Kitra, ancient, withered, her blind eyes covered by a strip of rune-inscribed cloth, her gnarled hands clutching a staff topped with a crystalline orb that swirled with mist. Vex lurked half in shadow, his face partially concealed by a hood, only the glint of watching eyes and the outline of numerous daggers suggesting his lethal nature. Lysander, barely out of boyhood, fidgeted nervously with the sleeves of his apprentice robes, his satchel bulging with scrolls and arcane implements. An unlikely band of heroes, Prince Alaric remarked dryly. Are we to save the world then, guard captain? Freya adjusted the broken blade at her hip, which hummed faintly in the presence of the assembled company. We are to find 5 fragments of an ancient weapon before the midpoint of the long dark. What happens after that depends on what we discover along the way. Shaman Kitra moved forward, her blind gaze somehow finding Freya unerringly. Cold fingers brushed Freya's cheek, and the old woman inhaled sharply. 2 bloods, she murmured. Light and shadow. The blade has chosen well. Her unseeing eyes seemed to look beyond Freya into distances only she could perceive. The first fragment lies in the Mistral Vale, guarded by those who dance between moonbeams. We must make haste. Already he stirs beneath the obsidian spire, gathering his strength, sensing the blade's awakening. He, Vex spoke for the first time, his voice a low rasp. You speak of the Lord of Eternal Night as if he were a person, not a force of nature. Both and neither, Kitra replied cryptically. Once he was the Dawn champion, greatest protector of Avalon. Now he is shadow and malice incarnate. And yet, her blind gaze returned to Freya. Blood calls to blood. He will know you when you meet, as you will know him. A chill that had nothing to do with the winter air ran down Freya's spine. The broken blade at her hip pulsed once, strongly, as if in confirmation of the shaman's words. As they passed through Dawnwatch's massive gates, the last lanterns were being lit along the city walls. Beyond them stretched darkness, broken only by the cold light of stars and the distant eerie glow of the shadow curtain that marked the boundary of the Shadowfell wastes. Somewhere in that darkness waited the Lord of Eternal Night, who shared her blood, who had once been champion of the very light he now sought to extinguish. And in Freya's hand, the broken blade that must be made whole if the sun were ever to rise again over Avalon. She squared her shoulders and stepped forward, leading her unlikely company into the long dark, toward whatever fate awaited them in the Mistral Vale. Behind them, the gates of Dawnwatch closed with a sound like the turning of a final page. The quest for the Blade of Dawn had begun. Story 7. In the ancient city of Lyra, where spires of opalescent crystal stretched toward the ever-shifting skies, the first sign of the world's unraveling appeared as a simple tear, a rent in the very fabric of reality that hovered mid-air in the Grand Plaza. Through this impossible aperture, bewildered citizens glimpsed another Lyra, one where the crystal towers lay in ruins, where the sky burned crimson, where shadow creatures prowled streets paved with bones. The tear existed for merely 7 heartbeats before sealing itself closed, but by then the damage was done. The cosmic tapestry had begun to fray. Elian Threadwinder's fingers trembled as he worked the enchanted loom in his master's workshop. At 17, he was the youngest apprentice in the Guild of Ceremonial Weavers, tasked with creating decorative tapestries for noble houses. This particular commission, a rendering of the legendary founding of Lyra, had already caused him to miss 2 nights of sleep. The thread kept slipping from his grasp, the patterns distorting despite his careful attention. Something troubles the threads today, observed Master Hemler, his ancient eyes narrowing beneath bushy white brows. It's as if they resist being woven. I've noticed, Master, Ilian replied, rubbing his aching hands. The silver particularly seems to pull away, seeking patterns I did not design. Master Hemlar approached, examining the half-finished tapestry with a frown. His weathered hand reached out, fingers hovering just above the weft. Most peculiar. The threads appear to be attempting to form. Before he could finish, the workshop door burst open. A tall woman in robes of midnight blue swept in, her silver-streaked black hair bound in intricate braids adorned with tiny crystals that caught the light like trapped stars. Deep lines etched her bronze skin, yet her eyes, startling violet, held the vitality of youth. "Maestra Thorna," Master Hemlar gasped, bowing deeply. "The High Weaver herself honors my humble workshop." Thorna paid the old master no heed, her penetrating gaze fixed solely upon Elian. "So," she said, her voice resonant with power and sorrow, "it is as the prophecy foretold. The seventh bloodline reveals itself at the moment of unraveling." Elian stood uncertainly, aware of a strange tingling in his fingertips. "I don't understand, Maestra." "No," she agreed, approaching with measured steps. "But your hands do. Your blood remembers what your mind cannot yet comprehend." She gestured toward his tapestry. "Look closely, apprentice. What pattern forms unbidden beneath your fingers?" Elian turned back to his work, and for the first time noticed what his hands had been unconsciously creating, a complex symbol resembling an infinity sign surrounded by 6 orbiting stars, the 7th star at the center pulsing with faint light. "The sign of the cosmic tear," Maestra Thorna said quietly. "The mark of one who can see and mend the great unraveling." She turned to Master Hemlar. "Your apprentice is no ordinary weaver. He is Earthredsin, a child of the original thread. He must come with me to the Celestial Observatory immediately." Master Hemlar's face paled. "But such bloodlines were thought extinct after the Great Sundering." "Nearly so," Thorna replied, her gaze returning to Elian. "Yet in times of greatest need, the universe provides its own salvation. 7 weavers, 6 to find before the cosmic tear widens beyond repair." The Celestial Observatory sat atop the tallest crystal spire in Lyravale, its domed ceiling open to the stars, its circular floor inlaid with precious metals forming a map of the known realms. At its center stood an object that defied comprehension, a massive vertical loom that seemed to extend indefinitely upward and downward, vanishing into points of light too brilliant to observe directly. Upon this cosmic tier, threads of every conceivable color and substance intertwined in patterns of breathtaking complexity. "The Great Tear," Maestra Thorna explained as she guided Elian onto the observatory platform. "The metaphysical loom upon which all realities are woven. When the world was young, the original weavers used it to separate the chaotic primordial energies into ordered realms, the world we know, and all parallel worlds that might have been." Elian stared in awe at the massive construct. "And now it's breaking?" "Yes, observe." Thorna gestured and the view shifted, revealing places where golden threads had snapped, where patterns unraveled, where disparate colors bled into one another. Each break represents a point where realities collide. The tear you witnessed in the Grand Plaza was merely the first manifestation. There will be more and worse unless the tear is mended. "But why me?" Elian's voice trembled. "I'm just an apprentice weaver of common tapestries." Thorna's expression softened marginally. "There is nothing common about you, Elian Threadwinder, or should I say, Elian Fate Spinner. Your ancestors were among the original weavers of destiny, those who crafted the very boundaries between possible worlds. That power runs in your blood, dormant until now." She guided him closer to the great tear, and Elian felt an immediate resonance, as if the massive loom recognized his presence and responded to it. Threads shifted subtly, golden filaments reaching toward him like curious fingers. You feel it, Thorna observed. It wasn't a question. The tear knows its own. Now we must find the others before the cutter does. The cutter? Thorna's face darkened. An entity that seeks to destroy the tear entirely, to collapse all realities into primordial chaos from which it believes a better reality can be forged. We know little of its true nature, save that it possesses power equal to the weavers and has hunted them throughout the ages. As if summoned by her words, a tremor ran through the observatory. The great tear shimmered, and several threads snapped with sounds like distant harp strings breaking. Beyond the observatory's open dome, the sky rippled as if viewed through disturbed water, and for a moment, multiple moons of various colors hung in impossible conjunction. "It begins," Thorna murmured. "We must make haste." Their journey led them first to the whispering forests of Elandir, where trees with bark like polished silver and leaves of spun glass sang with voices that could drive mortals to madness or ecstasy. Here they found the second weaver, Lyra Moonshadow, a reclusive elf whose tapestries captured emotion so perfectly that viewers physically experienced the feelings depicted. "I've always seen them," Lyra explained as they stood beneath the crystal canopy. The threads connecting all living things, the patterns that might have been, had choices differed. Her slender fingers worked constantly, weaving intricate cat's cradles from seemingly empty air. I thought it a curse, this vision, to see 1,000 potential destinies and be powerless to guide them. "Not powerless," Elian assured her, "just waiting for the proper loom." Udi, the third weaver, dwelled in the obsidian citadel of Carvoros, a fortress city carved into a dormant volcano where artificers crafted wonders of clockwork and steam. Garrick Gearsong, master mechanist, created automata of such complexity they seemed alive, each one weaving microscopic patterns that, when Thorna revealed their true nature, proved to be miniature versions of the Great Tear's cosmic design. "Fascinating," Garrick mused, his mechanical eye whirring as he adjusted its focus on Elian's hands. "I've always conceptualized fate as a grand machine, each gear and lever representing choice and consequence. To learn, it's actually a woven tapestry, yet the principles remain the same." Their fourth companion came from the floating isles of Etheria, Zephyr, a being of pure elemental air who had taken humanoid form to study mortal existence. Zephyr's body constantly shifted, edges blurring, features rearranging, yet somehow maintaining a cohesive whole. "Reality has always seemed negotiable to me," Zephyr's voice whistled like mountain winds. "I move between states of being as easily as mortals transition from standing to sitting." The fifth weaver proved most elusive and most troubling. In the Mirrormere, a perfect circular lake whose waters reflected not the observer, but their alternate selves from different realities, they found Vesper. With skin black as midnight and eyes like distant galaxies, she claimed to be a refugee from a reality already destroyed by the cutter. "I watched my world unravel," she told them, her voice carrying echoes of cosmic emptiness. The cutter came wearing a familiar face, someone trusted, beloved, before revealing its true nature. As their company journeyed between realms, reality continued to fray around them. In the market squares of Lyravale, merchants now occasionally served customers who vanished mid-transaction. Children reported playmates who shifted appearance or spoke with multiple voices. The night sky revealed constellations no astronomer had documented, while familiar stars blinked out of existence. And always they felt the presence of the cutter drawing nearer, a cold shadow at the edge of awareness. They found signs of its passage, a village where every inhabitant had been reduced to unraveled threads, a sacred grove where trees grew inside out, their roots reaching towards skies that rained upward. Each manifestation brought them closer to understanding the cutter's nature, yet further from comprehending its purpose. It was Elian who first voiced the suspicion growing in all their minds as they made camp in the crystalline wastes, a desert where sand transmuted to gemstones and back with each sunset. "The cutter knows our movements too well," he observed, watching Thorna weave a protective ward around their campsite. "It's as if it can anticipate our every decision, because it already has lived them," Vesper replied softly. "I suspected from the first, but hoped I was wrong. The signs are unmistakable now." Thorna's hand stilled, her ward half complete. "Speak plainly. The cutter is one of us, or rather one of us becomes the cutter." Vesper's starfield eyes fixed on Elian. "In a possible future, a weaver decides that mending the tear is insufficient, that the fundamental pattern is flawed and must be redesigned." "That's absurd," Garrick protested. "Why would any weaver seek to destroy the very fabric we're meant to preserve?" "Loss," Lyra whispered, her fingers momentarily ceasing their constant weaving. "Unbearable loss that makes the current reality seem unacceptable." A chill ran through Elian as 6 pairs of eyes turned toward him. "You believe I become the cutter? That's impossible. I would never—" "Not you as you are now," Thorna interrupted, her expression grave, "but a version of you from a possible future, one who has experienced something that twisted his purpose." She approached, placing her hands on his shoulders. "This is why you are the key, Elian. Only you can confront your future self, can understand the pain that drives him to such extremes." That night, as the others slept, Elian stood alone at the edge of their camp, staring at the impossible constellations wheeling overhead. His fingers worked unconsciously, weaving patterns in the air that glowed briefly before dissipating. "I know you're watching," he said quietly to the empty desert. "I know you're me, somehow, somewhere. Whatever happened to you, whatever will happen to me, there must be another way." The air before him shimmered, and a figure stepped through, a man perhaps 30 years his senior, with Elian's features hardened by experience, his eyes hollow with grief, his hands constantly moving in weaving patterns that seemed to tear rather than create. "There is no other way," said the cutter, Elian's own voice deepened by time and sorrow. "I have seen every variation, every possible outcome. In all of them, those we love suffer. In all of them, the flawed design of reality ensures pain without purpose, loss without meaning." "So you would unravel everything," Elian challenged. "Destroy countless lives for the chance to redesign existence." "I would liberate reality from its flawed pattern," the cutter countered. "Like a tapestry whose foundation threads were misaligned, this existence cannot be mended, only rewoven entirely." In the distance, the horizon began to splinter, fragments of other realities bleeding through, oceans where deserts should be, cities hanging upside down from impossible heights, creatures of nightmare and wonder intermingling. "You feel it," the cutter continued, "the rightness of unmaking, the potential of beginning anew." He extended a hand toward his younger self. "Join me willingly, and the transition will be gentler. Resist, and the sundering will bring suffering beyond imagining." Elian stared at the offered hand, his own hand, aged by time and marked with scars he had yet to earn. He saw the pain in his future self's eyes, the absolute conviction born of experiences he had not yet endured. In that moment, at the precipice between preservation and destruction, Elian made his choice, one that would determine whether the cosmic tapestry would be mended, remade, or lost forever to the chaotic threads of unmade destiny. Story 8. The first rays of dawn filtered through the stained glass windows of Ravencrest Castle, casting prismatic patterns across Princess Isolde's chamber. She awoke with a start, her nightgown torn, her sheets singed at the edges. Tiny wisps of smoke still curled from the scorched linen. A metallic taste lingered on her tongue, and when she raised her hands, she found her fingernails encrusted with dried blood that was not her own. "Not again," she whispered, heart thundering against her ribs. The episodes had been growing more frequent as her coronation approached, but this was the worst yet. A sharp knock at her chamber door startled her upright. "Your Highness," came the muffled voice of Lady Amara, her most trusted attendant. "The king requests your presence urgently. They found Lord Blackthorn's body in the eastern courtyard. They say he was mauled by some beast." Isolde pressed her blood-stained hands to her mouth, stifling a cry. Lord Blackthorn had been one of her father's closest advisors, and one of the few who had openly opposed her ascension to the throne. Outside, the kingdom of Ravencrest sprawled beneath a sky streaked with amber and gold, its ancient stone buildings ascending the craggy mountainside like a giant staircase. Banners of royal purple and silver fluttered from every turret and spire, proclaiming the imminent coronation of Princess Isolde, last daughter of the ancient Blackdrake line. The throne room buzzed with whispers as Isolde entered, her crimson gown sweeping the marble floor, her face carefully composed despite the turmoil within. King Edric, her father, sat upon the obsidian throne, his face grave beneath his silver crown. Beside him stood her uncle, Lord Regent Darius, his smile thin as a blade's edge as his eyes met hers. "My daughter," King Edric began, his voice weaker than she remembered. Had he aged so much in just a fortnight? Strange tidings shadow what should be a day of celebration. Lord Blackthorn was found dead this morning, his body ravaged. "A terrible tragedy, father," Isolde replied, all too aware of the dried blood she had hastily scrubbed from beneath her nails. "Some speak of omens," Lord Darius interjected, stroking his pointed beard. A black dragon was seen circling the eastern towers just before midnight, the first such sighting in 100 years. Isolde's blood turned to ice. In her dreams, if they were dreams, she had soared above those very towers, her great wings cutting through the night air, rage and hunger mingling in her heart. Superstitious nonsense, King Edric dismissed with a wave of his frail hand. Preparations for the coronation will continue as planned. By sunset tomorrow, Ravencrest will have a new ruler. But it was not to be. That night, as the twin moons rose full and heavy in the sky, one silver, one blood-red, an alignment that occurred only once a century, Isolde felt the change begin. It started as it always did. A burning beneath her skin, a stretching of bones, a hunger that could not be sated by mortal fare. She fled her chambers, seeking the sanctuary of the abandoned North Tower, where none would witness what she was becoming. But as she raced through darkened corridors, she collided with a figure emerging from her father's chambers. Lord Darius, his hands stained with something dark and wet, his eyes widening at the sight of her partially transformed face. "So," he breathed, "the legends are true. The dragon's blood awakens in you." Before she could speak, guards rounded the corner, their torchlight revealing the king's chambers behind Darius, and within, the still form of King Edric upon his bed, a dagger protruding from his chest. "The princess!" Darius cried, his expression shifting seamlessly from shock to calculated horror. "She's murdered the king. Look at her, transforming into the very beast that has haunted our kingdom for generations." The pain of transformation forgotten in her shock, Isolde staggered backward. "No, father!" But even as she moved toward the king's chamber, her arm elongated, scales erupting across her skin, smoking with heat. The guards raised their spears, faces contorted with fear and revulsion. With no choice left, Isolde fled, crashing through the nearest stained glass window in a shower of jewel-colored shards. As she fell toward the jagged rocks below, the transformation completed. Wings unfurled from her back, obsidian scales replaced soft skin, and with a roar that shook the very foundations of Ravencrest, Princess Isolde vanished into the night sky, leaving only legend and terror in her wake. 3 days later, in the shadowed forests of Grimwood, where ancient trees towered like silent sentinels, a hunter crouched beside a stream. His weathered cloak blended perfectly with the dappled forest floor, his face half hidden beneath a hood lined with raven feathers. Across his back hung a massive sword, etched with runes that occasionally glowed with inner fire. Rowan the Beast Hunter had been tracking the Black Dragon for 2 nights, following a trail of scorched earth and terrified villagers. The bounty posted by Lord Regent Darius, now King Darius, following the tragic deaths of both King Edric and Princess Isolde, would set him up for life. A rustling in the underbrush brought him instantly to his feet, sword half drawn. But instead of the dragon he expected, a young woman stumbled into the clearing. Her once fine dress was tattered and scorched, her raven hair tangled with leaves and twigs. Dark circles shadowed eyes that held equal measures of exhaustion and desperation. "Are you here to kill me, Hunter?" she asked, her voice surprisingly steady. Rowan narrowed his eyes. "You're the princess, the one they say transformed and murdered the king." "I transformed, yes," she admitted, sinking to her knees by the stream. "But I did not kill my father. That was my uncle's doing. I saw the blood on his hands, the dagger in my father's heart." "Convenient," Rowan said, though his sword remained in its sheath. "And I suppose you'll tell me you had nothing to do with Lord Blackthorn's death either." Shame flashed across her face. "I cannot say. When the change comes upon me, I remember little, only fragments, sensations. But Blackthorn had threatened to expose some secret of my uncle's. I heard them arguing the day before." Rowan studied her carefully. After 15 years hunting monsters, he had developed a sense for when he faced true evil. The woman before him radiated many things: fear, confusion, grief, but not malice. "The transformation," he asked finally. "When does it happen?" "When night falls," she whispered, "with the rising of the moons. I've managed to chain myself these past 2 nights, deep in caves where I could harm no one, but the chains grow weaker each time, as if the dragon grows stronger." Rowan made his decision. Retrieving a water skin from his pack, he offered it to her. "There are legends of a curse upon the royal line of Ravencrest. A bargain struck centuries ago. If you speak true about your uncle, then perhaps there's more to this mystery than a simple hunt." "The Oracle of the Depths," Isolde said suddenly, her eyes brightening with hope for the first time. The ancient texts in the royal library spoke of a seer who dwells where water meets earth meets air, one who remembers all bargains ever struck. She might know how to break this curse. "The oracle resides in the Mist Caverns, 3 days' journey south," Rowan confirmed. "If we travel by day and secure you safely each night, we might reach her before the next full moon intensifies your transformation further." "Why would you help me?" Isolde asked, wariness edging her tone. "You're a monster hunter, and by night I become exactly what you're sworn to destroy." Rowan's face hardened. "Not all monsters are born of scales and claws, Princess. Some wear crowns and sit upon thrones. I've hunted my share of those too. Their journey through the treacherous wildlands tested both hunter and princess. By day, Isolde proved a capable companion, her royal training having included both swordplay and survival skills. By night, Rowan would secure her with enchanted bindings in whatever shelter they could find, then stand vigil as she transformed into a creature of legend, a dragon of midnight scales and eyes that burned like molten gold. On the 3rd night, as they camped in the ruins of an ancient temple, Rowan watched the transformation with scholarly interest rather than fear. The dragon Isolde became was magnificent, smaller than those of legend, but still impressive with a wingspan that could shadow a small village. You retain more of yourself than you realize, he told her the next morning as she emerged, human once more, from the crumbling crypt where she'd spent the night. Twice now, you've looked at me with recognition, even in dragon form. And though you strain against the bindings, you've made no attempt to burn me with your fire. Isolde touched the scales that still lingered along her jawline, slowly receding as the sun climbed higher. I remember more each time, fragments of thought amidst the rage and hunger. Last night, I even recalled a lullaby my nurse used to sing about a princess who flew on dragon's wings to rescue her kingdom from ancient evil. Perhaps not just a lullaby, Rowan mused. Come. The entrance to the mist caverns lies just beyond those cliffs. The oracle's domain was a place where reality seemed fluid. Stone flowed like water, mist solidified into stepping stones across abyssal chasms, and the boundaries between elements blurred. At the heart of the caverns, suspended in a chamber where a perpetual waterfall flowed upward, they found her, a woman ancient yet ageless, her form shifting continuously between human, elemental, and something far less comprehensible. Blood of dragons, blood of kings. The oracle's voice rippled around them, like water over stone. You come seeking answers to questions buried deep as mountain roots. I need to know the source of my curse, Isolde said, stepping forward, and how to break it. The oracle's laughter chimed like crystal bells. Curse? Is that what you believe it to be? With a gesture, the mists around them coalesced into moving images, scenes from centuries past. A kingdom besieged by shadow creatures, a desperate king calling upon ancient powers, 7 noble houses gathering in a ritual circle as a colossal dragon, magnificent and terrible, was bound by magic that drank its essence into the bloodlines of those present. Not a curse, but a pact, the oracle explained. When darkness threatened to consume Ravencrest, your ancestors and the other noble houses bound the essence of Zarithrix, the ancient protector, into their bloodlines for safekeeping. The dragon's power was to be called upon only in times of greatest need, distributed amongst the 7 houses so that no single line might wield too much power. But something went wrong, Rowan guessed. Watching as the misty visions showed subsequent generations, the dragon's power manifesting unpredictably. Greed corrupted the pact, the oracle confirmed. One by one, the heads of each house were eliminated, their bloodlines extinguished, their portion of the dragon's essence returning to the royal line with each extinction. Isolde gasped as understanding dawned. The noble houses that mysteriously died out over generations, House Silverbrook, House Embercrest, House Stormwind, all 7 families from the original pact, and as each bloodline ended, more of Zarithrix's essence concentrated in your family, Rowan finished, until now, when you carry nearly the full power of an ancient dragon within your human form. But why now? Isolde pressed. Why has the transformation become uncontrollable with my coronation approaching? The oracle's form solidified briefly into that of a solemn crone. Because the last descendant of the 7th house still lives, unknown even to himself. With his death, the full power would return to the royal line, power your uncle seeks to claim through your blood. Isolde's face paled. The hunts. My uncle has launched purification hunts against those with even distant connections to the old noble houses. He's not trying to purge dragon sympathizers, as he claims. He's eliminating any possible remaining descendants of the 7th house. And once he succeeds, Rowan said grimly, he plans to extract the dragon's essence from you. That's why he framed you for the king's murder. With you condemned as a monster, none would question your execution. An execution he would turn into a ritual to claim Zarithrix's power for himself. The oracle nodded. Already he has located ancient texts that detail how to transfer draconic essence through royal blood sacrifice. He prepares the ritual even now, while his men continue hunting the last descendant of House Moonshadow. Rowan went very still. House Moonshadow, the house of the silver crescent. Yes, the oracle confirmed. Their mark was a silver crescent moon over a black field. With deliberate movements, Rowan pushed back his sleeve, revealing a birthmark on his forearm. A perfect silver crescent. "My mother," he said quietly, "always told me we were descendants of greatness fallen into shadow. I thought it merely the comfort a poor woman offered her fatherless son." The mists swirled again, showing a noble woman fleeing with an infant during a night of blood and fire. The purge of House Moonshadow, orchestrated generations ago by Isolde's ancestors. "So it's you," Isolde whispered, "the last descendant of the seventh house, the final piece of Zarithrix's essence. That's why you felt drawn to help me rather than hunt me." "The dragon recognizes its own," the oracle agreed. "Now you face a choice. Continue to fight against your nature, viewing it as a curse to be broken, or embrace the pact your ancestors made, reclaim the protector's purpose, and save your kingdom from the true monster who sits upon the throne." "How?" Isolde demanded. "Even if I master the transformation, my uncle has an army. The people believe me a murderous beast." The oracle smiled, her form shifting to that of a young maiden with knowing eyes. "The 7 descendants must gather where the pact was first made. The ritual circle still stands beneath Ravencrest's throne room. There, with all 7 bloodlines represented, even if 6 flow through your veins and 1 through his, the original purpose of the pact can be restored." "But the other houses are extinct," Rowan pointed out. "Their blood lives on in her," the oracle corrected, "and their spirits can be called to witness. Together, you can either unbind Zarithrix entirely, freeing his essence to return to the celestial realms, or embrace a new pact, one where the dragon's power is wielded with wisdom rather than fear." As they emerged from the mist caverns into the fading daylight, Isolde looked to the horizon, where the spires of Ravencrest Castle cut against the darkening sky. Night approached, and with it, her transformation. "This time," she said, removing the enchanted restraints Rowan had prepared, "I will not hide from what I am." Rowan nodded, understanding in his eyes. "Then let the hunter and the dragon fly together toward Ravencrest. It's time your uncle learned the true meaning of royal blood." As the twin moons crested the mountains, Princess Isolde embraced the fire in her blood for the first time. Scales rippled across her skin like midnight water, wings unfurled like sails catching cosmic winds, and her consciousness expanded rather than diminished. Beside her, Rowan, last son of House Moonshadow, mounted his steed, the silver crescent on his arm glowing with the same inner fire as the dragon's eyes. Together, they turned toward Ravencrest, where ancient wrongs awaited rectification and a new chapter in the kingdom's history prepared to unfold, written not in the ink of scholars, but in the fire of dragons and the blood of kings. Story 9. The ancient elder tree forest did not die quietly. Thorn had been tracking a silver stag since dawn, moving silently through dappled shadows as emerald leaves whispered secrets overhead. His bow remained undrawn, for in these woods one did not rush the hunt. The massive forest that separated the realm of men from the feared Shadowlands demanded patience and reverence from those who entered its emerald depths. When the scream tore through the forest, birds erupted skyward in panicked clouds. The sound was neither human nor animal, something between the cracking of ancient timber and the wail of a dying god. The silver stag Thorn had been stalking for hours bolted, forgotten, as the young hunter raced toward the agonized cry. The heart clearing lay at the forest center, where the great guardian, a colossal tree with bark like burnished gold and leaves that shimmered with inner light, had stood watch for 10 centuries. No hunter entered this sacred space unbidden, but the forest's cry had issued a summons Thorn could not ignore. He arrived too late. The great guardian's massive trunk was split open, golden sap pooling like blood around its roots. Before it stood 7 figures in gleaming armor, the color of thunderclouds, their faces hidden behind expressionless masks of polished silver. Their leader stood with a sword of midnight black still embedded in the guardian's heart, tendrils of shadow curling up the blade and into the wound like parasitic vines. "The deed is done," the leader announced, his voice hollow behind his mask. "The first barrier falls." Thorn's hunting instinct saved him. Rather than charging forward or crying out, he remained frozen in the shadows of a massive fern, barely breathing, as the armored figures mounted spectral steeds that seemed formed of morning mist. As they rode from the clearing, Thorn caught the insignia emblazoned on their commander's armor. The grey wolf of the Royal Order, the cavaliers of the Ashen Crown. Protectors, not destroyers. Guardians of the realm, not its betrayers. Nothing made sense. When the clearing emptied, Thorn approached the dying guardian with reverence, born of a lifetime spent beneath its protection. The massive tree's branches trembled, shedding luminescent leaves that dissolved into motes of light before reaching the ground. "I'll fetch help," Thorn promised, though he knew no healer who could mend such a wound. As he turned to leave, a single root erupted from the soil, wrapping around his ankle with surprising gentleness. More roots followed, enveloping him in a living cocoon that pulled him toward the guardian's wounded trunk. Panic flared briefly before a profound peace washed over him. The forest wasn't attacking, it was communicating. Where skin met living wood, visions flooded Thorn's mind. He saw the forest as it had been at the dawn of time, when gods walked beneath boughs that touched the stars. He witnessed the ancient pact that bound the elder tree forest as a living barrier against the shadow realm. He felt the unbroken line of guardians who had stood watch, channeling the forest's magic to maintain the unseen barriers between worlds. And now, impossibly, he understood what the dying guardian wanted of him. "No!" Thorn gasped as the roots began to sink beneath his skin like golden veins. "I'm just a hunter. I have no magic, no training. I cannot—" The guardian's response came not in words, but in pure sensation, desperate need, the forest's vulnerability, the darkness that would soon spill forth without a channeler to maintain the ancient wards. The golden sap flowed up through the roots and into Thorn's veins. Pain, unlike anything he had experienced, seared through his body as the essence of the forest, its magic, its awareness, its very being, poured into his mortal form. He screamed until his throat burned, his back arching as the transformation rewrote him from within. When consciousness returned, Thorn lay alone in the heart clearing. The great guardian was gone, leaving only a perfect circle of white flowers where it had stood for a millennium. Shakily, the young hunter rose to his feet, feeling simultaneously lighter than air and weighted with ancient purpose. When he looked at his hands, delicate patterns like tree rings marked his skin, glowing faintly with golden light. "It chose well," came a voice from the forest's edge, "though I would not have wished this burden on one so young." A woman emerged from between 2 massive oaks, her approach soundless despite the carpet of fallen leaves. Her hair hung in a single silver braid to her waist, adorned with beads carved from bone and amber. Her eyes, a startling shade of emerald, held wisdom far beyond the youthful appearance of her face. Across her right cheek, a scar in the perfect shape of a leaf stood out stark against her tanned skin. "You're a druid," Thorn said, recognizing the distinctive staff she carried, topped with a crystal that seemed to hold a miniature forest within its facets. "I was," she corrected. "Now I am Willow, exiled for crimes my order believes I committed, and you are the new guardian, whether you wish it or not." Her gaze softened with something like pity. "They will come for you next, once they realize the forest has chosen another." "Who? The Cavaliers? Why would the Crown's protectors destroy the Guardian?" Willow's laugh held no humor. Is that what you think they are? The Cavaliers of Grey were corrupted long ago, when Commander Vorus led them beyond the Shadow Veil on a mission of conquest. What returned wore their armor, but served a different master. A distant horn call interrupted her explanation, 3 long blasts that echoed through the forest like a death knell. They've discovered the transfer of power, Willow said urgently. We have hours at most before they track the forest's magic to you. Why should I trust you? Thorn demanded, even as he felt the forest's magic stirring within him, responding to the threat. Beneath his feet, roots shifted restlessly in the soil. Nearby, flowers turned toward him like faces seeking the sun. Because I'm the only one who knows how to awaken the sentinel trees before the Shadow King's armies cross the weakened barrier, she replied. And because the forest trusts me, even if its new guardian does not. As if in confirmation, a nearby oak bent one of its massive branches down to gently brush Willow's cheek, a gesture so tender it seemed impossible from an ostensibly inanimate being. The sentinels? Thorn had heard legends of the walking trees that had fought alongside the first guardian to establish the forest's boundaries. Ancient protectors who rooted themselves in strategic locations throughout Eldertree, becoming dormant as peace settled over the realms. With the Great Guardian destroyed and the barrier weakening, only they have the power to reinforce the boundary, if they can be awakened in time. Another horn call, closer now. Decide quickly, Guardian, Willow urged. Your hunters approach. They traveled deeper into the forest than Thorn had ever ventured, to places where the trees grew so ancient and massive that sunlight barely penetrated their canopies. As they walked, Willow taught him to access the forest's magic, how to listen to the whispering leaves, how to sense water flowing deep underground, how to call upon roots and vines in moments of need. The forest chose you for a reason, she explained, as they paused beside a crystal-clear spring. Something in your spirit resonates with its own. I've never been anything but a hunter, Thorn protested, though with less conviction than before. The forest's magic had begun to feel less foreign, more like a forgotten limb he was relearning to use. Perhaps that's precisely why you were chosen. You understand balance, taking only what is needed, respecting what gives life. Willow's expression darkened. Unlike the druids, who sought to control rather than commune. Is that why you were exiled? Pain flashed across her face. I was cast out because I discovered their secret pact with the Shadow King. My own mentor traded access to the Great Guardian in exchange for forbidden knowledge. When I threatened to expose their treachery, they branded me heretic and would have executed me had I not escaped. The revelation hit Thorn like a physical blow. Then the Druids are responsible for the Guardian's death. They worked with the Cavaliers. Some did, unknowingly serving the Shadow King's purpose. Others simply looked away, unwilling to acknowledge corruption in their midst. Her hand unconsciously touched the leaf-shaped scar on her cheek. This was their parting gift, a mark of shame meant to identify me as exile. I wear it now as a badge of honor. By nightfall, they reached the first sentinel, a massive oak whose trunk was wider than 10 men, standing with outstretched arms. Unlike ordinary trees, patterns resembling armor were visible in its bark, and its uppermost branches formed a crown-like structure. How do we wake it? Thorn asked. The old way, Willow replied, removing a small clay bottle from her pouch. With offerings of earth, water, and Guardian's blood. The ritual required Thorn to mix soil from the sentinel's roots with water from a sacred spring, then add 3 drops of his now golden-tinged blood. As Willow sang in an ancient language that made the air itself seem to vibrate, Thorn poured the mixture onto the sentinel's roots. For several heartbeats, nothing happened. Then, with a groaning sound like mountains shifting, the massive oak shuddered. Its roots pulled free from the earth, revealing foot-like structures that had been buried for centuries. Its trunk twisted, bark plates shifting to form a face of knots and whorls. Branch arms stretched skyward as if remembering their purpose after ages of stillness. "Guardian!" the sentinel rumbled, its voice the sound of wind through ancient hollows. "We answer the call." Throughout the night, they awakened 6 more sentinels. With each awakening, Thorn felt the forest's magic grow stronger, more focused. But the barrier between worlds remained dangerously thin, and twice they narrowly avoided patrols of grey cavaliers whose silver masks gleamed eerily in the moonlight. Dawn found them approaching the Shadow Vale, the easternmost edge of the forest where trees grew twisted and pale, their branches reaching westward as if fleeing from what lay beyond. Here, reality itself seemed tenuous, the air shimmering like heat above summer stones. "The heart of the forest," Willow explained, pointing to a massive blackthorn tree whose trunk appeared hollowed, forming a natural archway. The focal point of all its magic and the weakest point in the barrier between realms. As they approached, Thorn sensed wrongness. The forest's magic recoiled from this place, yet Willow strode forward with purpose, her earlier caution abandoned. "Quickly," she urged. "The sentinels must form a circle here to reinforce the barrier." But something in her tone had changed. The forest's essence within Thorn reacted with sudden alarm, and the nearest trees bent away from Willow as she approached the blackthorn arch. "The forest fears you?" Thorn realized aloud. "Not the cavaliers, you." Willow turned, and for an instant her eyes flashed midnight black before returning to emerald. "The forest knows what must be done," she said, her voice overlaid with something ancient and cold. "As do you, Guardian. The barrier must be opened to be reforged." Understanding dawned with horrifying clarity. "You're his agent, the Shadow King's. The mark on your face. It's not a druid's punishment. It's his brand." Sorrow and determination warred on Willow's face. "I never wanted this role. The Shadow King has my brother captive, has held him for 7 years. One task, he promised, one opening of the way, and Alder goes free. You doom the realm for one life?" "I doom 1,000 realms for my brother," she answered, tears tracking down her face. "As would you, if someone you loved was beyond that veil. I am sorry, Thorn. Truly." From the shadows of the Blackthorn Arch emerged the commander of the Grey Cavaliers, his silver mask removed to reveal a face half human, half shadow. "The new guardian arrives right on schedule," he said, his voice like stone grinding against stone. "My master will be pleased." Vines erupted from the earth at Thorn's command, but Vorus moved with unnatural speed, evading the forest's defense. His blade, the same that had killed the great guardian, sliced through the air toward Thorn's chest. The blow never landed. With a thunderous crack, the nearest sentinel charged into the clearing, its massive branch arms sweeping Vorus aside. The other awakened sentinels converged, their roots shaking the very earth as they formed a protective circle around Thorn. "This forest has known betrayal before," Thorn said, golden light now pulsing visibly beneath his skin. "From druids, from cavaliers, even from those it sheltered. But it endures. It adapts." Power surged through him. Not just the forest's essence, but something deeper, more primordial. The magic that had created the barrier in the First Age, that had bound worlds separate for the good of all. "I am sorry about your brother," he told Willow, whose tears now fell freely. "But I cannot allow this door to open." With a gesture that seemed to flow from knowledge older than his own consciousness, Thorn plunged his hands into the earth. Golden light spread like veins through the soil, racing toward the Blackthorn Arch. Where the light touched, reality solidified, the shimmering air crystallizing into impenetrable barrier. Vorus shrieked, a sound no human throat could produce, as his connection to the shadow realm was severed. His form flickered, the shadow half of his face dissolving like mist under strong sun. Willow made no move to escape, as roots gently but firmly ensnared her. "What will you do with me?" she asked, her voice hollow with defeat. Thorn approached her, the forest's magic illuminating the leaf-shaped mark on her face. It writhed like something alive as he drew near, the Shadow King's influence fighting the forest's power. "First, we free you from his hold," Thorn said, placing his palm over the mark. Golden light flowed from his hand, burning away the shadow taint. Willow cried out, then sagged in the root embrace as the mark faded, leaving unmarred skin in its wake. "Then we find another way to rescue your brother, one that doesn't require destroying the realm to save a single life." The sentinels formed a permanent guard around the heart of the forest. The Cavaliers of Grey, without their shadow-touched commander, returned to their human forms, remembering little of their time as puppets. And throughout the Elder Tree Forest, new saplings emerged where none had grown for centuries. Tiny guardians with bark like burnished gold, the great guardian reborn in 1,000 smaller forms. Under Thorn's guidance, the forest flourished. And if sometimes, in the deepest night, he stood at the eastern edge and heard faint voices calling from beyond the veil, he reminded himself that some boundaries existed for the preservation of all, even as he and Willow worked tirelessly to find a path for one lost brother to return home. Story 10. Dawn painted the endless cloud sea with brushstrokes of amber and gold as Arya Windrider adjusted the brass spyglass atop Hightower Lookout. Below her perch, the floating island of Easthaven tilted gently in the morning breeze, its massive crystalline roots dangling into the misty expanse like the tentacles of some great jellyfish. Market bells chimed across the terraced city that clung to the island's upper surface, where buildings of polished sky stone and windswept cedar seemed to grow organically from the living rock. Arya's fingers tensed around the spyglass. Something wasn't right. The neighboring island of Merenthia, her home, hung unnaturally low this morning, its underside veiled in an ominous mist. More troubling still was the twilight pillar at the island's center, once a towering monolith of luminescent blue stone that pulsed with ancient power. Now its light flickered erratically, like a candle in its final moments. And then, impossibly, she heard it, a sound no one else on Easthaven seemed to notice. A melancholy, discordant melody that resonated not through the air, but directly within her mind. The pillar was singing its death song. "No!" Arya whispered, abandoning the lookout post and racing down the spiraling stairs. At 17, with her weathered aviator's jacket and hair streaked with the blue dye of a navigator's apprentice, she was an unremarkable sight in Easthaven's crowded market district. No one paid her any mind as she pushed through the morning crowd toward the docking spires where messenger skiffs waited. She was halfway across the Windward Bridge when it happened. A sound like the shattering of the world itself tore across the sky, drawing every eye upward. Merenthia, an island that had floated majestically for 1,000 years, was falling. Its great crystalline roots fractured in slow, terrible succession. The twilight pillar at its heart exploded in a shower of azure light. Buildings crumbled like toys as the island tilted, then plummeted into the cloud sea below. Arya's scream joined a chorus of horror that rose from Easthaven's streets. 2,000 souls lived on Merenthia, her mother, her friends, all gone in an instant, and in that moment of absolute grief, the impossible song grew louder in her mind, not just from the now-vanished pillar of Merenthia, but from the one that sustained Easthaven itself, a song of warning, of impending doom. "You hear it too," said a deep voice behind her. "The pillar's lament." Arya whirled to face a tall man with storm-grey eyes and a captain's coat that had weathered 100 gales. His beard was shot through with silver, yet his face bore fewer lines than one might expect for a man of his apparent experience. At his throat gleamed a pendant of the same mysterious blue stone as the twilight pillars. "Who are you?" she demanded, grief momentarily supplanted by suspicion. "What do you know about the pillars?" "Captain Caspian Nightwind of the Guardians Guild," he replied, giving a short bow that seemed both courtly and ironic. "And I know that if you can hear their song, you're far more valuable than a navigator's apprentice ought to be." Before Arya could respond, a tremor ran through Easthaven. Not the gentle swaying that came with normal wind currents, but a sickening lurch that sent market stalls toppling and people stumbling to their knees. "This island has 3 days before it follows Merenthia into the abyss," Caspian said, extending his hand. "Come with me if you want to prevent more deaths, and perhaps discover why you alone can hear what others cannot." The Starlight Dawn was unlike any airship Arya had ever seen. Where most vessels were crafted from lightweight skywood with canvas sails to catch the heavens' currents, this ship's hull was forged from iridescent metal that shimmered with colors that had no names. 6 great crystal engines pulsed with the same blue energy as the twilight pillars, driving propellers that seemed to slice through reality itself rather than merely air. "Ether shards," explained a young woman with calculating eyes and fingers stained with mechanical grease. She had introduced herself as Vesper, the ship's engineer, though she couldn't have been more than a few years older than Arya. "Harvested from the deepest cloud reefs where reality runs thin, not strictly legal in most skyports, but effective." The ship's crew was as unusual as its construction. Besides Vesper, there was Grimshaw, a hulking man with tattoos that shifted across his skin like living shadows. Lyra, a willowy woman whose amber eyes never seemed to blink and who spoke in riddles more often than plain speech. And Thorn, a young man who wore the robes of a scholar of the celestial archives, despite being barely older than Arya herself. "All outcasts," Caspian explained as they gathered in the ship's navigation room, where a massive table displayed a 3-dimensional map of the Merenthian archipelago, dozens of floating islands scattered across an endless cloud sea. Rejected by their home islands for various transgressions, real or imagined, now they serve a greater purpose. "Which is what exactly?" Arya challenged, still uncertain whether she had made a wise choice by boarding this strange vessel. Grief for Merenthia still tore at her heart, but it was increasingly overshadowed by suspicion. "You claim to be guardians, yet Merenthia fell while you did nothing." "We cannot save what is already doomed," Lyra interjected, her unblinking gaze fixing on Arya with uncomfortable intensity. "The pillars of twilight were ancient when our ancestors first took to the skies. Now they fail, one by one. We seek only to preserve what can be saved." "By finding the heart of the sky," Thorn added, his scholar's fingers tracing a pattern on the map's center, where a massive island shaped like a perfect circle floated higher than all others. Unlike the other islands on the map, this one bore no name, the central pillar that governs all others. Legend says it can restore stability to the entire archipelago, or control which islands rise and which fall, Grimshaw rumbled, his voice like stones grinding together, depending on who reaches it first. Arya felt something cold settle in her stomach. "You're saying someone is deliberately causing islands to fall, that Merenthia was sabotaged?" A heavy silence fell across the navigation room, broken only when Captain Caspian stepped forward, his pendant glowing faintly in the dimness. "The Guardians Guild was founded centuries ago to protect the pillars," he said, his voice carefully measured. "But power corrupts. A faction within the guild believes that certain islands, those inhabited by scholars, artists, philosophers, are worth preserving while others—" He trailed off, his expression darkening. "While others can be sacrificed," Arya finished, horror dawning as she understood. "Like Merenthia, an island of merchants and craftspeople, considered expendable. Precisely why we need you, Caspian said. Someone who can hear the pillar's song might be able to communicate with the heart itself, to convince it to restore balance rather than allow selective destruction. And why should I trust you? Arya demanded. For all I know, you're part of this faction. A sad smile crossed Caspian's weathered face. Because Merenthia was my home too once. Before I was banished 20 years ago for speaking against the guild's growing corruption. His storm-grey eyes, so strangely familiar, met hers. And because your mother, Ilara Windrider, was more than just a skilled navigator, she was my wife. The revelation that Caspian might be her father should have been Arya's primary concern, as the Starlight Dawn navigated the treacherous skies between islands. Yet she found herself increasingly preoccupied with the songs that filled her consciousness, the harmonic voices of distant pillars, creating a symphony only she could hear. By focusing on individual melodies, she discovered she could sense the condition of each island's pillar. Some sang strong and clear, while others wavered like guttering flames. Most disturbing were the ones that had fallen silent entirely, islands already lost to the depths. Sorrow's End will be next, she announced on the third day, pointing to an island on the far western edge of the archipelago. Its pillar's song is almost gone. The guild's flagship was sighted near Sorrow's End yesterday, Vesper reported, her grease-stained hands tightening into fists. High Guardian Thorn's vessel, the Inexorable. My brother, Caspian said grimly, once my closest ally, now the architect of this culling. They arrived at Sorrow's End too late to save the island, but in time to witness the method of its destruction. From their position behind a bank of stratocumulus, they watched as figures in the distinctive azure cloaks of the Guardians Guild surrounded the island's pillar. Even at this distance, Arya could hear the pillar's song turn frantic, discordant. "What are they doing to it?" she whispered. Thorn adjusted his spyglass with trembling hands. Inverse harmonic resonance. They're singing to it, but in patterns designed to disrupt its natural frequency. They're killing it, Arya realized, the knowledge settling like lead in her stomach. And they're using a corrupted version of what I can hear naturally. After Sorrow's End plummeted into the cloud sea, the Starlight Dawn followed the guild flagship at a safe distance. Their course was clear, directly toward the unmapped center of the archipelago, where ancient cartography suggested the heart of the sky waited. Their journey was not without peril. Twice they navigated through ether storms, impossible weather where reality itself grew thin, and things with too many limbs and hungry eyes reached through temporary rifts. Once they outran sky pirates who coveted the Starlight Dawn's crystal engines and unusual construction. Through it all, Arya's connection to the pillars grew stronger. She began to understand their language beyond mere emotional impressions. They spoke of ages past, of the cataclysm that had shattered the once whole land into floating islands, of the ancient engineers who had raised the pillars to prevent the complete destruction of civilization. And they spoke of betrayal. The pillars weren't failing naturally, she told the crew as they gathered for council. They were designed to last for millennia more. Their deterioration began when the Guardians started using them for power, siphoning their energy to fuel their ships, their cities, their ambitions. My brother's doing, Caspian confirmed. He discovered how to extract etheric energy from the pillars 30 years ago. I opposed him, argued that we couldn't know the long-term consequences. That disagreement led to my banishment, and to you growing up without knowing your father. Arya studied his face, searching for resemblance to her own. She saw it in the set of his jaw, the shape of his eyes. Yet trust came slowly. If you opposed him then, why did you not act sooner to stop him? Pain flashed across Caspian's features. I tried. For years I gathered evidence, built alliances with those who shared my concerns. But Thorn's influence grew faster than my resistance. When I learned he had targeted Morenthia specifically, knowing you and your mother lived there, I finally understood how far he would go to silence opposition. He knew about me? About what I can hear? The ability runs in our bloodline, Caspian explained. Though it manifests rarely, and never as strongly as it has in you, Thorn feared that someone with your gift might be able to communicate with the heart of the sky directly, bypassing the guild's control. Indeed, the Starlight Dawn breached the perpetual storm wall that surrounded the archipelago's center the following dawn. Beyond the lightning-laced clouds lay a sight that stole Arya's breath. A perfectly circular island that dwarfed all others, floating impossibly high above the cloud sea. At its center rose not a pillar, but a spire of pure light that stretched from the island's surface up beyond vision, possibly reaching the stars themselves. "The heart of the sky," Lyra whispered, her perpetually unblinking eyes wide with awe. No mortal has gazed upon it in 1,000 years. But they were not the first to arrive. The guild flagship Inexorable had already docked at one of the massive crystal piers that extended like spokes from the central island. "We're too late," Grimshaw growled. "No," Arya said with sudden certainty, the heart song filling her with clarity and purpose. "We're exactly when we need to be." The confrontation at the heart of the sky unfolded not with the clash of weapons, but with the power of song, as High Guardian Thorn and his followers arranged themselves around the base of the light spire, preparing the corrupted harmonics that would bend the heart to their will. Arya stepped forward alone. She had refused Caspian's insistence on accompanying her, knowing instinctively that this moment required her alone. The gift that flowed through her veins had been preparing her for this confrontation her entire life. Thorn, a man with Caspian's height but none of his warmth, turned as she approached. Recognition and hatred flashed across his aristocratic features. "The last Windrider," he sneered. "Come to witness the remaking of our world? Your father was a fool who couldn't understand the necessary sacrifices for progress. And you're a butcher who sacrifices others while calling it necessity," Arya replied, her voice steady despite the fear fluttering in her chest. "The pillars weren't meant to be weapons or tools of control. They're living connections to the world that was lost." Thorn laughed, the sound brittle as breaking glass. "Pretty sentiments from a child who understands nothing of governance. Some islands must fall, so others may rise higher. It is the natural order." "There is nothing natural about this." Arya stepped closer to the spire of light, feeling its warmth against her skin, its song resonating through her bones. "And I won't let you decide who lives and who dies based on your distorted vision." Before Thorn could respond, Arya placed her palms against the light spire and surrendered herself to its song. The melody that had haunted her dreams now flowed through her, using her voice as its instrument. She sang, not with words but with pure tone that echoed the pillar's own language. A song of balance restored, of harmony reclaimed, of wounds healed. The heart of the sky responded. Light poured from the spire, engulfing Arya in radiance that lifted her feet from the ground. Through eyes transformed by the heart's power, she saw the truth of the archipelago, not separate islands floating in isolation, but fragments of a whole, connected by invisible threads of energy that flowed from pillar to pillar, all emanating from this central point. With a gesture born of instinct rather than thought, Arya reached out and strengthened these connections, restoring the flow that Thorn's exploitation had disrupted. She felt each pillar respond, their songs aligning once more into the symphony they were meant to be. Thorn and his followers cried out as the pendant crystals they wore, fragments stolen from the pillars, dissolved into light that flowed back to its source. Some fled, but Thorn himself stood defiant to the last, even as the power he had coveted for so long slipped from his grasp. When Arya's feet touched the ground again, the archipelago had changed. The islands no longer drifted randomly, but had arranged themselves in concentric rings around the heart, stable and secure. The fallen could not be restored, but no more would plummet due to manipulation or neglect. As the light receded, leaving Arya swaying with exhaustion, she felt strong arms catch her before she could fall. Caspian's storm-grey eyes, her eyes, met hers with pride and wonder. "The Wind Spirit's daughter indeed," he murmured. "Your mother would have been so proud." Around them, the crew of the Starlight Dawn gathered, their faces reflecting the same awe Arya felt. They had come seeking to prevent destruction, but had found restoration instead. "What happens now?" Thorn asked, his scholar's mind already racing ahead. Arya turned back toward the heart of the sky, which pulsed with renewed vigor, its song clear and strong in her mind. "Now we rebuild. We learn from the past rather than exploit it. We become true guardians." She looked at Caspian, a lifetime of questions in her gaze. "And I learn about the father I never knew." Caspian smiled, the grief of 20 years of separation visible in his eyes, yet overshadowed by hope. "We have time for that now. Time and a new world to explore together." Above them, the light spire stretched toward the stars, its song echoing across the archipelago, a promise of balance restored and a future where islands would remain aloft, their foundations no longer undermined by greed, but strengthened by harmony. And Arya Windrider, once a navigator's apprentice from a fallen island, now stood at the center of it all, ready to help chart a course toward that brighter future. Story 11. The ancient city of Etheria gleamed like a jewel beneath the morning sun, its alabaster towers and golden domes rising majestically above the emerald canopy of the Whispering Woods. For a millennium, this sacred realm had stood as a bastion against the encroaching forces of chaos, protected not by ordinary armies, but by a succession of champions, divinely chosen warriors who bore the sacred mask of the hero. As dawn broke across the celestial plaza, thousands gathered to witness the selection ceremony, their faces upturned toward the Temple of Divine Light, where the oracle would reveal the next champion to defend their realm against the resurgent Lord of Flagels. No one looked at Elric, the scrawny scribe huddled at the ceremony's periphery, clutching his leather-bound chronicle to his chest like a shield. Ink stained his fingers, and a perpetual stoop curved his spine from years hunched over manuscripts in the great library's shadowed recesses. Elric had attended the ceremony solely to document it for posterity. Another footnote in Etheria's grand history, penned by a hand few would ever recognize. When the oracle, a figure of blinding radiance whose features remained forever obscured, emerged onto the temple's highest balcony, the crowd fell silent. In her arms gleamed the artifact that had protected their realm for generations. The mask of the hero, a featureless silver visage that reflected the light in mesmerizing patterns. "The gods have spoken," the oracle proclaimed, her voice resonating with unearthly harmonics. "In this hour of greatest need, as the Lord of Flagels rises once more, they have chosen a vessel to bear their divine will." A beam of golden light descended from the cloudless sky, illuminating the crowd. To Elric's horror, it stopped directly upon him. The chronicle slipped from his nerveless fingers as thousands of eyes turned toward the unremarkable scribe, who suddenly found himself at the center of Destiny's stage. "No," he whispered, as the crowd parted before him. "There must be some mistake." No, but the light remained unwavering, and the oracle's voice brooked no uncertainty. "Elric Fadeblossom, humble chronicler of our realm's history, you have been chosen to write its next chapter not with ink, but with courage. Approach and claim the mask of the hero." Trembling legs carried him forward as if possessed by another's will. The vast plaza stretched before him like an ocean of stunned faces. Among them, Elric glimpsed expressions of disbelief, outrage, and, most devastating, bitter disappointment. These people had expected a warrior, a mage of renown, or at least someone whose knees didn't knock together at the thought of confronting danger. They had expected anyone but him. "This is absurd," declared Valoria Lightblade, commander of the Radiant Order. Her armor gleamed with a pearlescent sheen as she paced the chamber of preparation, where Elric sat uncomfortably upon a marble bench. "The scribe can barely lift a quill, let alone the Sword of Dawn. The mask of the hero rested on a velvet cushion between them, its silver surface occasionally rippling like disturbed water. Elric couldn't bear to touch it, though the oracle had insisted he must don it before sunset. "The gods have chosen," intoned High Priest Thaddeus, his ancient hands folded within voluminous sleeves. "It is not our place to question their wisdom." "Wisdom?" Valoria scoffed. "The Lord of Flagels marshals an army of nightmares beyond our borders. Abominations that have not walked this realm in 10 generations now gather in the blighted lands. We need a champion of strength and experience, not—" She gestured dismissively toward Elric. "A bookkeeper who flinches at shadows." Elric couldn't disagree. His entire life had been spent in pursuit of knowledge, not power. His greatest achievements were transcribing the lost verses of Kalindor and cataloguing the 17 varieties of luminescent fungi in the crystal caverns. Nothing in his 30 meager years had prepared him to don a legendary artifact and confront a demigod of destruction. "Perhaps," offered Thaddeus gently, "that is precisely why he was chosen. The chronicles tell us that the mask bestows the wisdom and abilities of all former champions upon its wearer. Perhaps what we need is not another warrior, but a mind capable of wielding such accumulated knowledge effectively." Valoria's retort died on her lips as the chamber doors swung open to admit a lanky figure with windswept auburn hair, and a smile that suggested he found the world endlessly amusing. Despite his fine clothes, clearly purchased rather than inherited, the man moved with the deliberate grace of one accustomed to avoiding notice. "Finnegan Quicksilver," he announced with an elaborate bow, "merchant adventurer, procurer of rarities, and appointed guide to our illustrious new champion." His green eyes assessed Elric with undisguised curiosity. "So you're the chosen one. Fascinating choice. The gods certainly have a sense of humor." "Appointed by whom?" demanded Valoria. "The oracle herself," Finnegan replied smoothly, producing a scroll bearing the temple's golden seal. "Our new champion will need guidance in the wider world beyond library walls. Who better than one who has traversed the 13 kingdoms and returned with tales to tell?" Elric didn't miss the calculating gleam in Finnegan's eye when it fell upon the mask, nor the way his fingers, dexterous and quick, seemed to twitch with anticipation. This man was no merchant, but a thief of exceptional skill, yet another complication in an already impossible situation. Sunset approached with merciless swiftness. In the temple's innermost sanctum, surrounded by ancient frescoes depicting the exploits of past champions, Elric faced the moment he had been dreading since the oracle's pronouncement. "The mask must be worn," Thaddeus explained, "for only then will the covenant between champion and gods be sealed." Elric lifted the artifact with trembling hands. It weighed almost nothing, yet carried the burden of 1,000 expectations. As the final rays of sunlight streamed through stained glass windows, casting prismatic patterns across the marble floor, he raised the mask to his face. The world exploded into radiance. 1,000 voices clamored in his mind, warriors and mages, scholars and rogues, heroes of every stripe whose consciousness resided within the mask's enchanted silver. Their memories flooded his awareness, battles against nightmarish entities, diplomatic negotiations with elemental lords, the sensation of wielding magics beyond mortal comprehension, and beneath it all, a current of unspeakable horror. Not all these memories ended in triumph. Elric witnessed champions falling in combat, yes, but more disturbing were visions of those who had survived their appointed tasks, only to be betrayed by the very gods they served. He saw ceremonies presented as honors that were actually sacrifices, where champions who had fulfilled their purpose were not released but absorbed, their souls and powers harvested to strengthen the mask for its next bearer. He felt their shock, their sense of betrayal, their final desperate struggles before their essences were imprisoned within the artifact forever. With a cry of anguish, Elric tore the mask away. It clattered to the floor, its surface briefly showing a kaleidoscope of faces before resuming its featureless aspect. "What manner of abomination is this?" he gasped, backing away from the artifact. "The champions, they're trapped within it." Thaddeus's kindly demeanor vanished, replaced by cold calculation. "So you have seen the truth. Few champions perceive it so quickly. Most require weeks of wearing the mask before they understand its nature." "You knew," Elric's voice cracked with disbelief. "You knew the gods sacrificed their champions to power this prison of souls." "Sacrifice is necessary for the greater good," the high priest replied without remorse. "Each champion's essence strengthens the mask, allowing it to combat threats that would otherwise destroy our realm. It is a sacred cycle that has preserved Etheria for a millennium." Valoria burst into the chamber, her sword drawn. "The Oracle is dead," she announced grimly, "murdered within her private chambers. And the Celestial Plaza teems with abominations that crawled from rifts where no rifts should exist." Before anyone could respond, the sanctum's massive doors splintered inward. Standing amid the wreckage was a figure of nightmare, 7 feet tall, with skin like burnished bronze and eyes that burned with emerald fire. Ornate black armor encased its powerful form, and a crown of twisted thorns adorned its brow. "The Lord of Flagels," Thaddeus whispered, backing away in terror. "Impossible. The outer wards should have prevented—" "Should've, would've, could've," the entity mocked, its voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "But your precious wards were designed to keep me out, not to detect me when I was already within." With a gesture, the being's form rippled, revealing momentarily the features of the Oracle herself before returning to its terrible true aspect. "You wore her face," Elric realized, pieces falling into place with horrifying clarity. "You orchestrated the selection ceremony. Chose me specifically because I would discover the mask's true nature." "Indeed, little scribe." The Lord of Flagels smiled, revealing teeth like polished obsidian. "For centuries, I have sought a way to claim the mask's power for myself, but its protections are specific. It can only be freely given by a chosen champion who willingly rejects their divine commission." "So you masqueraded as the Oracle," Valoria snarled, interposing herself between the demigod and Elric. "Selected the most unlikely candidate possible and expected him to forfeit the mask out of cowardice or disgust." "A strategy of elegant simplicity," the entity agreed. "Now, scribe, hand over the artifact. You've seen the truth of its creation, a prison forged from betrayed heroes. Would you perpetuate such a cycle? Would you ultimately sacrifice yourself to gods who view you as nothing more than fuel for their magical battery?" Elric looked at the mask lying on the marble floor, its surface now still as a mountain pool. The Lord of Flagels was right about one thing. He could never participate in such a horrific cycle of betrayal and sacrifice. But surrendering the artifact to this entity would unleash untold suffering upon the realm he loved, despite its flawed guardians. "There must be another way," he murmured, an idea forming in his scholar's mind. The mask contained the wisdom of hundreds of champions. Surely among them were those who had sought alternatives before their imprisonments. As if responding to his thoughts, the mask trembled. A whisper rose from its silver surface, not one voice but many, speaking in chorus. There is a third path. With sudden resolve, Elric snatched up the mask, but rather than placing it upon his face, he pressed it against his heart. "What are you doing?" the Lord of Flagels demanded, confidence giving way to uncertainty. "Rewriting the ending," Elric replied. The mask melted like quicksilver, flowing not around his head, but into his chest, directly over his heart. Pain lanced through him as ancient magic reconfigured itself, forging a connection unlike any before. Instead of subsuming his identity beneath the weight of 1,000 heroes, the mask's power flowed through him like ink through a quill, accessible but controlled. Knowledge crystallized in his mind, the true purpose of the artifact before gods corrupted its design, the proper words to speak to activate its original function. Elric felt the presences of former champions, no longer trapped but allied, their wisdom and power offered freely rather than taken by force. "The mask was never meant to imprison," Elric declared, his voice overlaid with echoes of those who came before. "It was created to connect, to preserve wisdom through partnership, not subjugation." Light erupted from his chest, coalescing around his form. Not the armor of traditional champions, but flowing robes inscribed with the histories of 1,000 battles, victories, and sacrifices. In his hand appeared not a sword, but a staff topped with a crystalline replica of the mask, faces appearing and disappearing within its depths like clouds across the moon. The Lord of Flagels snarled, dark energy gathering around his clawed hands. "It matters not what form you take, scribe. Your soul will feed my power all the same." "I am no longer merely a scribe," Elric replied, feeling the strength and courage of centuries of heroes flowing through him. "Nor am I simply the champion. I am the chronicler of heroes, and through me they fight once more." As the demigod lunged forward, Elric raised his staff. The battle that followed would be recorded in Etheria's annals for generations to come, a confrontation where one unlikely hero, empowered by the freely given strength of his predecessors, faced down an ancient evil and rewrote the covenant between gods, champions, and the people they were sworn to protect. And when the dawn broke once more over Etheria's shining towers, it illuminated a realm forever changed, not by the might of gods or the sacrifice of solitary heroes, but by the courage of one who understood that true strength lies in breaking cycles of destruction and forging new paths toward a better future. Story 12. The city appeared after the eclipse, rising like a fever dream from the barren plains of Aurelion, where nothing had stood for centuries. Commoners, who first glimpsed its shimmering spires from distant villages, spoke of towers that captured starlight and wove it into their very substance. Caravans diverted their routes to witness the phenomenon, only to find themselves drawn inexorably closer, their reflections walking beside them in mirrored surfaces that seemed to ripple like water disturbed by unseen stones. By the fifth day, the royal court of Queen Elendra could no longer ignore the reports. A spectral metropolis now dominated the western horizon, its gleaming structures reflecting the surrounding landscape with unnatural perfection, yet somehow containing more. Those who ventured too close returned changed, speaking in riddles, addressing companions by unfamiliar names, or performing tasks with skills they had never possessed. "It defies all natural law," declared Lyra Emberthorn, spreading her maps across the council chamber's expansive oak table. As royal alchemist to the Academy Arcana, her copper hair tied back with precision, her green eyes sharp with analytical intensity, she commanded attention despite her relative youth. No city can appear fully formed, yet witnesses swear the tallest tower emerged first, followed by concentric rings of buildings, as if the city grew like a crystal. Lord Commander Darius cleared his throat, armored fingers tapping impatiently on his sword hilt. "Fascinating academic discussion. But the practical concern remains. Dozens have vanished inside this apparition. The Queen demands action, not theories. "Then send me," Lyra replied, rolling her parchments with practiced hands. "The Academy has records of similar phenomena from the Age of Wonders. I may recognize patterns where soldiers see only threats." "You'll have your expedition," the Lord Commander conceded, "but not alone. Captain Caius will command a guard detail for your protection." From the shadows at the chamber's edge stepped a severe-looking man with storm-grey eyes and a scar that cleaved his left eyebrow in two. His polished armor bore the royal insignia, though noticeably less ornate than the commander's, a soldier who earned his rank rather than inherited it. "With respect," Caius said, his voice carrying the gravel of one who shouted orders across battlefields. "A small team would attract less attention than a detachment. I can ensure Lady Emberthorn's safety without a regiment at my back." Lyra nodded appreciation at the captain's pragmatism, though privately she doubted any guard, regardless of skill, could protect against the unknown forces manifesting on the plains. They departed at dawn, Lyra and Caius riding ahead of a small supply caravan. The alchemist's saddlebags bulged with instruments of measurement and containers of reagents designed to detect magical emanations. Their journey would take 3 days across increasingly desolate terrain, as if the mysterious city somehow drained vitality from the surrounding landscape. On the evening of the second day, they discovered they were not alone. Lyra awoke to find Caius holding a struggling figure pinned against a boulder, the captain's dagger at the intruder's throat. "Found him rifling through your saddlebags," Caius explained, his expression betraying neither anger nor surprise. "Seems our reputation preceded us." And the captive, a slender young man with tousled black hair and the lithe build of an acrobat, offered a smile of disarming charm despite his predicament. "Simply ensuring our illustrious alchemist packed appropriate equipment for our expedition. The mirrors respond differently to silver than to steel, you know." "Our expedition?" Lyra stepped closer, lamplight revealing expensive clothes deliberately dirtied to appear common. "And you are?" "Vesper, at your service." He executed a small bow despite Caius's restraining grip. Acquirer of rarities, solver of puzzles, and most relevantly, the only person who's entered the Mirror City and returned with his wits intact. Caius's dagger pressed harder. "Prove it." The central tower contains a chamber where reflections move independently of their originals. The eastern quarter houses mirrors that aid you backward or forward, depending on which side you approach from. And the western markets contain reflecting pools, showing cities that never existed in our world. Vesper's cocky expression softened. "I lost 3 companions in there. I'd prefer you don't become additions to that tally." Lyra and Caius exchanged glances. The self-proclaimed thief might be lying, but his knowledge exceeded published accounts. More importantly, he had something they desperately needed: first-hand experience. "Release him," Lyra decided. "But understand this, Vesper. If you've misrepresented yourself, I'll personally ensure the Queen's dungeons become your permanent residence." Vesper rubbed his throat, his grin never faltering. "Threatening someone who regularly breaks into royal treasuries with imprisonment. You'll need to be more creative, Lady Emberthorn." The Mirror City loomed before them at midday, its impossible towers catching sunlight and fracturing it into kaleidoscopic patterns across the barren plain. No walls encircled the metropolis. Instead, perfectly reflective boulevards stretched outward like welcoming arms, enticing travelers inward toward the heart of the spectacle. "We enter together or not at all," Caius instructed, his hand resting on his sword hilt. "If anyone feels compelled to wander, speak immediately." The mirrors will try to separate us, Vesper warned, all traces of earlier flippancy gone. They'll show you things, people, places, possibilities, tailored to your deepest desires. Some reflections lie, others show truths you're not prepared to face. Lyra adjusted her satchel, ensuring her instruments remained accessible. Focus on our purpose. Determine the city's nature and the threat it poses to Aurelian, nothing more. They crossed the boundary together, stepping from parched earth onto a boulevard of perfect silver. Instantly the air changed, becoming cooler, heavy with unfamiliar scents of exotic spices and subtle magic. Sound behaved strangely. Their footsteps echoed as if they walked through a massive cathedral rather than an open street. But most disconcerting were the reflections. In every mirrored surface, building facades, decorative fountains, polished street stones, they saw not themselves but variants. Lyra glimpsed herself in archmage robes, directing legions of apprentices. Caius saw a version free of scars, surrounded by children who shared his storm-grey eyes. Vesper's reflection wore royal regalia, a crown resting upon his tousled hair. Possibilities, Vesper murmured, deliberately averting his gaze. Paths not taken, lives that could have been in other turns of fate's wheel. As they ventured deeper, the city's true nature revealed itself. Reflections began moving independently, watching the travelers with increasing awareness. Occasionally, ripples disturbed the mirrored surfaces, as if something sought to push through from the other side. In the central plaza, surrounding a tower that stretched impossibly high, they discovered the city's grim purpose. Dozens of people wandered aimlessly, visitors from surrounding villages and distant lands alike, their eyes vacant, their movements mechanical. Each approached different mirrors at regular intervals, pressing their palms against the surfaces as if offering supplication. With each touch, their vitality visibly dimmed, while their reflections grew more substantial. They're being drained, Lyra realized, horror dawning as she consulted her alchemical instruments. The mirrors aren't just showing alternative realities. They're drawing life essence to strengthen those realities, to make them more than mere reflections. It's a prison, Vesper added softly. The entire city. It's a containment mechanism for something ancient that wants to break through. Caius drew his sword, though he clearly recognized its futility against such a threat. We've seen enough. We should return with mages from the academy, scholars who might understand. It's too late for that, interrupted a voice that seemed to come from every reflective surface simultaneously. The threshold has been crossed. The exchange has begun. Before their eyes, the wandering villagers collapsed like marionettes with cut strings. Their reflections, however, pressed against the mirrored surfaces from within, their expressions transforming from vacant to hungry, their fingers elongating into tapered claws that scratched at the barrier between worlds. At the base of the central tower, one massive mirror, 30 feet tall and shaped like an archway, began to fracture. Behind the splintering surface, a figure took shape, regal, beautiful and terrible. A crown of mirrored shards adorned its head, and its eyes reflected not the world around it, but infinite darkness between stars. The Mirror King, Vesper whispered, backing away. The entity trapped between realities since the Age of Wonders. We need to leave, now. But Lyra stood transfixed, recognition dawning in her eyes. Within her satchel, a small hand mirror, an instrument she'd brought to detect magical resonances, vibrated violently. When she withdrew it, its surface showed not her reflection, but complex arcane formulae in her own handwriting, formulas she had never seen yet somehow recognized. I created this, she breathed, the impossible knowledge crystallizing in her mind. Not me, but another version of me in another reality, an alchemist who found a way to pierce the veil between worlds. The Mirror King's laugh resonated through every reflective surface. And now you have returned, creator, as prophecy foretold. The circle completes. With horrifying clarity, Lyra understood. In some alternative reality, she had pursued alchemical secrets beyond mortal comprehension, had torn open pathways between dimensions, unleashing the entity now called the Mirror King. That version of herself had constructed this city prison as atonement, binding the entity with her own life force. But the bindings were failing, and somehow, across realities, the Mirror King had called her here to finish what her alternative self had started, not to strengthen the prison, but to release him completely. Caius grabbed her arm. Whatever connection you feel, whatever guilt, it isn't yours. This thing is manipulating you. Listen to him, Vesper urged, desperation cracking his normally confident demeanor. This is why I came back. My companions weren't just lost, they were consumed. Their reflections replaced them in our world, while their essences strengthened the Mirror King. The central archway cracked further, the entity behind it pressing forward with greater urgency. Around them, the reflections of fallen villagers began emerging from smaller mirrors, their movements jerky and unnatural, their eyes reflecting the same infinite darkness as their masters. Lyra's mind raced. If she had, or some version of her had, created this prison, perhaps she could modify it. The hand mirror in her grasp continued displaying arcane formulas, knowledge flooding her consciousness from across dimensional barriers. I need time, she told her companions. Keep them away from me. Caius positioned himself between Lyra and the approaching reflections, his sword sweeping in practiced arcs that temporarily dispersed the mirror entities into shards that quickly reformed. Vesper produced slender throwing knives from hidden sheaths, each blade finding its mark with uncanny precision. Working feverishly, Lyra combined reagents from her satchel, inscribing modified sigils on the plaza stones. The hand mirror grew hot in her grasp, almost unbearable, as knowledge transferred from her alternative self. Warnings, regrets, and finally, a solution. The city doesn't imprison the Mirror King, she called to her companions as understanding dawned. It amplifies him. Every reflection, every mirrored surface extends his influence into our reality. We don't need to strengthen the prison, we need to shatter it entirely. Vesper ducked beneath a mirror entity's elongated claws. Shattering every mirror in the city would take an army. Not individual mirrors, Lyra clarified, completing a complex alchemical circle around the central archway. The source, the Mirror King himself. He doesn't create reflections. He is the original reflection, the first being to see himself mirrored and become self-aware. Break him, and the rest collapse. The ground trembled as Lyra activated her alchemical array. Golden light coursed through the sigils, racing toward the central archway, where the Mirror King now pushed halfway into their reality. His beautiful features contorted with rage as he recognized the threat. "You cannot unmake me," he howled, his voice shattering smaller mirrors throughout the plaza. "I am eternal. I am the reflection of all possibilities." "No," Lyra countered, raising her hand mirror toward him. "You're just one possibility, a path that should never have been taken." The alchemical array flashed blindingly bright. For one terrible moment, the Mirror King's form solidified completely in their world, majestic, terrifying, and utterly alien. Then, with a sound like all the glass in the world shattering simultaneously, he fractured into countless shimmering fragments. The city followed suit. Towers collapsed inward, streets buckled, and every mirrored surface disintegrated into glittering dust. Lyra, Caius, and Vesper found themselves standing on the barren plains of Aurelian once more, surrounded by dazed villagers slowly regaining consciousness. People who, moments before, had been empty husks. Where the spectral metropolis had stood, only a small circle of mirror-smooth stone remained, no larger than a village well. Within its reflective surface, innumerable tiny fragments of the Mirror King's consciousness would remain trapped, a fitting prison for an entity that sought to replace reality with reflection. "What was that about ensuring I didn't join my lost companions?" Vesper quipped, though his usual swagger seemed diminished by their narrow escape. "I believe I've fulfilled my contract as guide extraordinaire." Caius sheathed his sword, his practical nature already turning to the logistics of returning the rescued villagers home. "The Queen will want a complete report, preferably one that doesn't involve interdimensional entities and alternative versions of her royal alchemist." Lyra nodded absently, her attention still fixed on the hand mirror, which had returned to showing ordinary reflections. Yet sometimes, when the light caught it just so, she glimpsed formulas at the edge of comprehension, knowledge from a version of herself who had walked a darker path. "Some reflections show what might have been," she murmured, carefully wrapping the mirror in protective cloth before stowing it away. "Others show what must never come to pass." As they led the survivors eastward, toward home and safety, Lyra cast one final glance at the barren plain where the City of Mirrors had stood. For just a moment, in the last light of sunset, she thought she saw towers gleaming on the horizon. Then, reality solidified, and the plains stretched empty once more. Some doors, once closed, must remain so. Some reflections were better left as mere possibilities, never to be realized in the world of substance and truth. Story 13. The vast empire of Osteria stretched like a bleached skeleton across the continent, its cities and towns connected by roads of polished ivory that gleamed beneath the perpetual grey sky. Here, where magic was forbidden under penalty of death, the people toiled in the shadow of the Imperatrix Eterna, who had ruled for a millennium from her throne of bones. Her image, carved in alabaster and bone, adorned every square and marketplace, a beautiful woman with eyes cold as winter frost, wearing a crown of vertebrae and ribs fashioned into delicate spires. In the northern mining settlement of Marrowdeep, young Ash descended into the ancient catacombs where generations of workers had extracted the Empire's most precious resource. Bone was everything in Osteria: currency, fuel for the great furnaces, building material for the homes of the wealthy. The deeper one dug, the older and more valuable the remains. Ash's lantern cast eerie shadows across the tunnel walls as he navigated the familiar passages, his slender frame moving with the efficiency of someone born to this grim profession. At 19, his hands were already gnarled from years of careful excavation, his lungs perpetually coated with the fine dust of the ancient dead. Yet, unlike his fellow miners, who dreamed only of uncovering high-grade patriarch bones that might earn them a week's respite, Ash harbored secret questions about the origins of these endless ossuaries. His pickaxe struck something different, not the usual hollow sound of striking bone, but a deeper resonance that vibrated up through the handle and into his very core. Carefully brushing away centuries of compacted dust, Ash revealed a femur unlike any he'd seen before. Runes spiraled along its length, faintly glowing with a blue luminescence that defied the surrounding darkness. "Forbidden," he whispered, recognizing the marks from warnings issued by the Bone Guard. Such artifacts were to be reported immediately for destruction. Yet as his fingers traced the ancient symbols, the runes brightened in response, and knowledge flooded his mind unbidden. Glimpses of ancient rites, of power drawn from death itself, of secrets the Imperatrix had spent a millennium suppressing. Ash slipped the rune-marked femur into his satchel, heart pounding against his ribs. Discovery meant execution, yet something deeper than fear compelled him to preserve this connection to a past Osteria pretended never existed. That night, as Ash studied the bone by candlelight in his tiny dwelling, The runes began to whisper directly into his thoughts, teaching him words of power that had not been uttered in the Empire for centuries. When he tentatively murmured the first incantation, the bones of a small rodent that had died in the corner of his hut trembled, then rose, assembling themselves into a perfect skeleton that turned empty eye sockets toward him, awaiting command. Necromancy, the most forbidden of all magics. Dawn had barely broken when the Bone Guard kicked down his door, their armor crafted from the reinforced remains of executed criminals. Ash had only moments to grab the ancient femur before fleeing through his back window, the guards' ivory whistles shrieking alarm throughout Marrow Deep. He might have been captured were it not for the stranger who pulled him into a hidden crevice as he passed the charnel houses. Her face was partially concealed by a hood, but Ash glimpsed sharp features and eyes black as obsidian. "The bone speaks to you," she stated, not a question, but a certainty. "I am Raven of the Whispers. Come with me if you wish to live beyond the next hour." Raven led him through passages that shouldn't have existed, tunnels beneath the catacombs themselves, where the walls were inscribed with the same forbidden runes that adorned his femur. Eventually, they emerged miles from Marrow Deep in a grove of bone-white trees, whose branches clacked together in the breeze like skeletal fingers. "What is this place?" Ash asked, gasping for breath after their frantic escape. "A sanctuary beyond the Imperatrix's sight," Raven replied, pulling back her hood to reveal a streak of white in her raven-black hair, one of many hidden throughout Osteria by those who remember the truth. Other figures emerged from cunningly concealed dwellings among the trees, men and women with the haunted look of the perpetually hunted. The Whispers, Ash realized, the resistance spoken of only in frightened murmurs. An elderly man with a necklace of tiny bones approached, his gaze fixed on the femur in Ash's satchel. "You found it," he said, voice quavering with emotion. "After all these centuries, the prince's remains have returned to those who remember." "Prince?" Ash echoed, confused. The old man, who introduced himself as Thorn, revealed a history erased from imperial records. The femur Ash had discovered belonged to Prince Alaric, rightful heir to Osteria's throne, murdered 1,000 years ago by his aunt, the woman who now ruled as the Imperatrix Eterna. The prince had been a gifted necromancer in an age when such magic was revered rather than reviled, his powers allowing him to commune with ancestors and heal using death's energies. The Imperatrix seized power during the Midnight Coup, Thorn explained as they gathered around a table carved from a single massive vertebra. She slaughtered the royal family, built her throne of bones from their remains, and rewrote history to demonize the very magic that could challenge her rule. "But how has she lived 1,000 years?" Ash asked, the question that had always haunted Osteria's subjects. Raven's expression darkened. "The throne. It doesn't just symbolize her power, it sustains her unnaturally long life by draining the essence of the people. Each bone currency you've mined doesn't merely circulate through the economy, it cycles through the throne, carrying fragments of life force from those who handled it." As days passed in the hidden camp, Ash's necromantic abilities grew under Thorn's guidance. The ancient femur served as both conduit and teacher, the prince's lingering consciousness imparting knowledge directly into Ash's mind. He learned to raise more complex remains, to speak with echoes of the long dead, to draw power from the boundary between life and death. Sometimes in dreams, he glimpsed a young man with royal bearing and sad eyes, Prince Alaric himself, reaching across the millennium that separated them. These dream encounters left Ash with growing certainty. The Imperatrix must be overthrown, the throne of bones destroyed. The Whispers had spent generations planning for this opportunity. With someone who could channel the prince's own necromantic powers, they could finally penetrate the capital's defenses. Raven would guide Ash through secret passages beneath the city, while others created diversions to thin the Bone Guard's numbers. The throne must be destroyed before the blood moon, Thorn insisted. That night, when the moon turns red as marrow, the Imperatrix performs the ritual of renewal that has sustained her for 10 centuries. The imperial capital of Ossium rose like a mountain of ivory, its spires and domes crafted from the bones of 1,000 generations. In its heart stood the Palace Eternal, where the Imperatrix had ruled without interruption or challenge since the days of legend. Ash and Raven infiltrated through ancient sewers, navigating by the ghostly illumination of animated skeletal rats that Ash controlled with subtle gestures. The necromantic energies flowing through him had changed him physically, his hair now streaked with white, his eyes developing an unnatural luster that seemed to penetrate darkness itself. "The throne chamber lies directly above," Raven whispered as they reached a sealed grate beneath the palace. "Once inside, we'll have moments at most before the guard descends." Using bone dust and blood, Ash inscribed a complex sigil that caused the metal to corrode instantly. They emerged into a shadowed antechamber lined with the preserved remains of imperial officials, their desiccated bodies arranged in poses of eternal servitude. Beyond the final archway, they beheld the throne room itself, a vast cathedral to death's permanence. Pillars of femurs and tibias supported a vaulted ceiling adorned with intricate patterns of finger bones and vertebrae. And at the chamber's center, upon a dais of obsidian, loomed the legendary Throne of Bones. The massive construct appeared to be constantly shifting, individual bones sliding against one another like pieces of some impossible puzzle. Seated upon it was the Imperatrix Eterna, beautiful and terrible, her ageless face a mask of perfect serenity, her eyes closed as if in meditation. Unlike the alabaster statues throughout the Empire, in person she seemed somehow diminished, her fingers clutching the throne's armrests not with authority, but desperation. "Now," Raven urged, drawing a blade of polished bone, "while she's in her trance. Destroy the throne, and her unnatural life ends." But as Ash approached, the prince's femur pulsing with blue energy in his grasp, the Imperatrix's eyes snapped open. To his shock, they held not malevolence or even anger, but unmistakable relief. "You've come," she whispered, her voice cracking like autumn leaves underfoot. "After so long, you've finally come with his power." The throne's bones began to rattle ominously, and the Imperatrix flinched as if in pain. "I don't have much time. It doesn't let me speak freely." "It?" Ash questioned, his raised weapon faltering. "The throne is not mine. I am its prisoner, not its master." Her words came in pained gasps. "Beneath us sleeps the Bone Lord, ancient, hungry. The throne is a channel for the life energy it craves. If I leave, it will rise. If I die without replacement, it will rise." Raven shook her head vehemently. "Lies! She slaughtered the royal line to seize power." "I killed my nephew to spare him this fate," the Imperatrix countered, tears of blood trickling down her perfect cheeks. "Better a quick death than an eternity of imprisonment, feeding a horror beneath the foundations of the world." The floor beneath them trembled, and through cracks in the ancient stone, Ash glimpsed movement in impossible depths, something vast and pale shifting in primal darkness. "The blood moon rises," the Imperatrix gasped. "You must decide, destroy me and doom the world, or take my place upon the throne, becoming both jailer and prisoner to what lies below." Ash felt the prince's consciousness surge through the femur, memories crystallizing into understanding. Alaric had discovered the Bone Lord's existence, had developed necromancy not as weapon, but as ward against this ancient evil. His death had never been about succession, but sacrifice diverted. "There is a third way," Ash declared, raising the femur high. "Not destruction, not replacement, transformation. Drawing on every lesson imparted by the prince's lingering spirit, Ash began the most complex necromantic ritual ever attempted. The femur dissolved into motes of azure light that spread to every bone in the massive chamber. The throne itself began to transform, its components rearranging into an intricate pattern that formed an enormous arcane seal. The Imperatrix gasped as the throne released her, her body crumbling to dust as the force that had preserved her unnaturally was withdrawn. But her essence remained, swirling together with the awakened consciousnesses of countless others whose bones had been incorporated into the throne over centuries. Beneath the palace, the Bone Lord roared in fury as its link to the surface was severed, its prison reinforced rather than broken. The necromantic seal would hold it for millennia more, powered not by a single tortured soul upon a throne, but by the willing sacrifice of thousands whose remains now served a greater purpose. When the Bone Guard finally broke through the sealed doors, they found an empty chamber transformed. Where the throne had stood now rose an obelisk of glowing bone, inscribed with the true history of Osteria and the warnings of Prince Alaric. At its base lay a small pile of dust, a crown of vertebrae, and a single femur marked with fresh runes. Of Ash and Raven there was no sign, though throughout the Empire in the days that followed, statues of the Imperatrix mysteriously crumbled. In their place, new growth emerged, white trees whose branches clacked together like skeletal fingers when the wind blew, whispering truths long suppressed. And in Marrowdeep and 100 other mining settlements, workers noticed something unprecedented. The ancient catacombs had stopped yielding bones. The endless supply that had fueled Osteria's economy for a millennium had finally reached its limit. The age of bone currency was ending. What would rise in its place remained to be written by those who now remembered the truth. In an empire where the dead no longer whispered only to those with the forbidden gift, but to all with the courage to listen. Story 14. The world breathed. Lands exhaled. Mountains sighed. Forests whispered as they drifted across the ever-changing tapestry of creation. In the realm of Fluctua, nothing remained constant except change itself. Rivers carved new paths overnight, deserts bloomed into lush jungles by morning, and entire kingdoms migrated across the landscape like clouds, pushed by celestial winds. Only the cartographers of the impossible kept chaos at bay, their enchanted maps and atlases recording the shifting realities, allowing commerce and communication to continue despite a world in perpetual flux. Their citadel, Axis Mundi, alone stood immutable, a spiraling ivory tower at what was believed to be creation's exact center, the sole fixed point in an unstable reality. Mira Nightshade hunched over a drawing table in Master Thaddeus's workshop. Her slender fingers stained with rare inks harvested from dream crystals and memory pools. At 20 summers, she had spent half her life as the old cartographer's apprentice, learning to sense the subtle vibrations that preceded landscape shifts, to capture ephemeral geographies before they dissolved into something new. Her copper hair was tied back with leather cords, adorned with tiny navigation tools, a tradition among apprentice cartographers, while her grey-green eyes reflected the focused intensity of one born to her craft. "The Whispering Marshes have migrated 3 leagues north since yesterday," she murmured, applying quicksilver ink to parchment made from the bark of wandering trees. "They're pushing against the crystalline mountains now, which means the pass to Aurum City will be impassable by nightfall." Master Thaddeus didn't answer. Mira looked up from her work, irritation quickly transforming to concern. The ancient cartographer stood frozen by the window, his spotted hands gripping a leather-bound volume so tightly his knuckles had gone white. The book pulsed with soft golden light, illuminating his weathered face from below. "Master?" Mira set down her mapping pen. "They've found us," Thaddeus whispered, his voice cracking. "The Shadow Guild. I had hoped—" He turned to her, fear etched in every line of his face. There's no time. You must take the atlas and flee. Now!" Before Mira could respond, the workshop's heavy oak door splintered inward. 3 figures in hooded cloaks the color of midnight poured through the opening like liquid darkness. Their faces remained hidden in unnatural shadow, but the curved silver daggers in their hands gleamed with malevolent purpose. With surprising agility for his advanced years, Master Thaddeus thrust the leather-bound atlas into Mira's hands, simultaneously drawing a mapping compass that elongated into a silver sword. "The emergency passage! Go!" Clutching the book to her chest, Mira ran toward the back of the workshop, where a tapestry depicting the known world hung from ceiling to floor. Behind it lay a narrow doorway, one of many secret exits Master Thaddeus had insisted they memorize for when the world changes too quickly to track. She glanced back just in time to see her mentor engage the intruders, his sword moving with the precision of one who had spent a lifetime marking exact coordinates. But the shadowy assassins flowed around his blade like smoke, converging from 3 directions at once. The atlas grew warm against her chest as Master Thaddeus fell, a silver dagger protruding from his heart. One of the assassins looked up, empty hood turning toward her. A voice like stone grinding against stone emerged from its depths. "The Atlas Infinito. Surrender it, apprentice, and your death will be swift." Mira ducked behind the tapestry and into the hidden passage, tears blurring her vision as she navigated the narrow, winding staircase by memory alone. The atlas pulsed against her chest in rhythm with her racing heart, its golden light providing just enough illumination to prevent a fatal misstep. The passage deposited her into an alleyway behind the cartographer's district. Distant shouts and the glow of torches suggested the Shadow Guild's presence wasn't limited to the 3 assassins she'd encountered. Taking a moment to catch her breath, Mira finally examined the book Master Thaddeus had entrusted to her. The Atlas Infinito was the stuff of apprentice legends, the master cartographer's most closely guarded tool, said to contain maps of not just where the world had been and currently was, but where it might possibly go. Its cover bore no title, only an intricate design of interlocking spirals that seemed to move when viewed from different angles. Cautiously, Mira opened it to a random page. Instead of the static maps she'd spent years creating, the atlas contained illustrations that flowed and shifted before her eyes. Mountains rising and falling like ocean waves, forests walking on root feet across vast plains, cities folding in upon themselves like origami constructions. "Impressive, isn't it?" said a voice from the shadows. Mira slammed the book shut, drawing the small mapping dagger all cartographers carried. A tall figure leaned against the alley wall, arms crossed casually over a leather jerkin adorned with numerous pockets and pouches. His face bore the perpetual half-smile of someone accustomed to talking his way out of trouble. "Who are you?" Mira demanded, backing toward the street while scanning for signs of the hooded assassins. "Finn, at your service." He executed an exaggerated bow. "Courier, guide, occasional procurer of difficult-to-obtain items. Currently, a man very interested in not being murdered by the Shadow Guild, which makes us temporary allies at minimum." "I don't need allies," Mira replied, though the tremble in her voice belied her words. "No?" Finn gestured toward the street beyond the alley. "Then perhaps you've already planned how to escape a city crawling with assassins while carrying the most sought-after artifact in the realm. Please enlighten me. I do enjoy learning new tricks." Before she could respond, a shout rose from the direction of Master Thaddeus's workshop. The hunt was expanding. "Fine," Mira conceded, "but at the first sign of treachery, you'll plant that little dagger somewhere uncomfortable. Understood." Finn pushed off from the wall. "Now follow closely. The nice thing about a city that rearranges itself regularly is that it creates plenty of hiding places if you know where to look." Finn led her through a bewildering series of turns and hidden passages that no map had ever recorded, not even in the cartographer's most detailed renderings of Axis Mundi. Mira suspected some of the paths they took hadn't existed minutes before they used them, as if the city itself bent to accommodate their flight. "How do you know these ways?" she asked, as they emerged from what appeared to be a solid wall into a bustling market square. "Let's just say, official cartography isn't the only way to track the world's changes," Finn replied, guiding her toward a stall selling travel provisions. "Some of us prefer the unofficial routes, the ones your guild doesn't record because they exist in the spaces between what should be possible." "The impossible passages," Mira whispered, recognition dawning. "You're a pathfinder. Master Thaddeus said your kind were extinct." "Not extinct, just exceptionally good at hiding." Finn's perpetual smile faltered slightly, which makes the current situation all the more concerning. If the Shadow Guild can find me, they can find anyone. They purchased supplies with the silver pieces Mira had instinctively grabbed during her escape, enough food and water for several days' journey. As Finn negotiated with merchants, Mira found herself opening the atlas again, drawn to its shifting illustrations. This time, she noticed something extraordinary. When she focused her thoughts on their current location, the book responded, showing not just the market square, but tiny figures that corresponded to their exact positions. More disturbingly, she could see dark smudges moving through nearby streets, humanoid shapes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the Shadow Guild closing in. "We need to leave now," she interrupted Finn's haggling. "They've nearly found us." His eyebrows rose. "How could you possibly—" His gaze fell to the open atlas. It seems the rumors about that book were understated. They slipped through the crowd, just as hooded figures entered the square from 3 different streets. Finn led her to a narrow gap between buildings that widened into a passage as they squeezed through. Beyond lay the city gates, and beyond that, the vast, ever-changing landscapes of Fluctua. "Where exactly are we going?" Mira asked as they joined a merchant caravan departing the city. "To the one person who might understand what makes that atlas worth killing for," Finn replied. "An old scholar named Orion who studies the ancient patterns of world flow. He believes the shifting of realms isn't natural, that someone or something has been manipulating reality for centuries." Mira clutched the atlas tighter, remembering how its pages had responded to her thoughts. "And if he's right?" Finn's expression grew serious. "Then that book in your hands isn't just recording the changes, apprentice cartographer. It might be causing them." 3 days into their journey, the world changed dramatically. The golden savanna they had been crossing folded in upon itself like a closing book, nearly trapping their small party between dimensional planes. Only Mira's growing connection to the atlas saved them. The book had flared with warning light moments before the shift, allowing them to reach stable ground. That night, as they camped at the edge of what had become the Forest of Whispers, previously located 200 leagues to the north, Mira finally gathered the courage to fully explore the Atlas Infinito's powers. Under starlight that formed impossible constellations, she opened the book and surrendered to its mysteries. Pages turned of their own accord, showing her landscapes both familiar and utterly foreign. Some maps depicted versions of Fluctua that had existed centuries ago, while others showed potential futures where reality had stabilized or fractured beyond recognition. Most disturbing were the annotations in a dozen different handwritings, suggesting the atlas had passed through many hands over centuries, each keeper adding their understanding of its powers. One notation, written in Master Thaddeus's distinctive script, caught her eye. The world was not always in flux. The ancients speak of a time when mountains remained mountains, when rivers flowed in unchanging courses, What calamity set creation adrift? And why do the Shapers resist all attempts to discover the truth? Finding answers in those pages, Finn's voice startled her. He sat nearby, sharpening a curved blade that looked disturbingly similar to those carried by the Shadow Guild assassins. More questions than answers, Mira admitted. Who are the Shapers? A new voice answered, deep, resonant, and unexpectedly close. Those who believe reality is theirs to command. Both Mira and Finn sprang to their feet as a tall figure emerged from the darkness beyond their campfire. Despite his apparent age, white hair and beard framing a face lined by decades of thought, he moved with the fluid grace of a much younger man. His robes bore astronomical symbols embroidered in silver thread that caught the firelight. Orion. Finn relaxed marginally, though his blade remained ready. Your timing is either impeccable or suspicious. The pattern suggested I would find you here, the old scholar replied, his gaze fixed on the atlas in Mira's hands. Though I admit I expected to be looking for Thaddeus himself. Master Thaddeus is dead, Mira said, the words still painful to pronounce. Murdered by the Shadow Guild. Orion closed his eyes briefly, genuine grief passing across his features. Then my fears are confirmed. The cartographer's cabal has made their move at last. As the night deepened around them, Orion revealed a truth that shattered Mira's understanding of her world and calling. The shifting nature of Fluctua was not, as she had been taught, the natural state of reality. Centuries ago, a faction within the Cartographer's Guild had discovered that their maps held power not just to record the world, but to reshape it. These cartographers, who called themselves Shapers, had deliberately destabilized reality, creating a fluid world they could manipulate to their designs. The Atlas Infinito was created by those who opposed them, Orion explained. It records the true nature of reality, both what is and what should be. In the right hands, it could potentially restore stability to our realm. And the Shadow Guild, Mira asked. The Shapers' enforcers. They eliminate anyone who discovers too much about the original state of the world. Finn gave a low whistle. So we're not just running from assassins, we're challenging the fundamental power structure of the realm. With every step, Orion confirmed, the Shapers seek to eliminate all that they consider impossible or wondrous from the world, creating a reality that is stable but sterile, controllable but diminished. Mira looked down at the atlas, which now seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. Why would Master Thaddeus entrust this to me? I'm just an apprentice. Orion's eyes twinkled. Perhaps because, unlike many master cartographers who become set in their ways, you still believe in possibilities. And to remake a world of wonders, one must first be able to imagine it. As dawn broke over a landscape already beginning to transform into something new, Mira made her decision. She would not run forever. With Finn's knowledge of hidden paths, Orion's understanding of ancient patterns, and her own growing connection to the Atlas Infinito, she would confront the Shapers and their vision of a controlled, diminished reality. The world breathed, and now she understood why. It was gasping for freedom, struggling against the artificial constraints imposed upon it. As a cartographer, she had been trained to record these changes dispassionately. Now she would do something far more radical. She would help the world remember what it was meant to be. Story 15. The gears of Mechanica never ceased their eternal grinding. Day and night, the massive clockwork that powered the city-state whirred and clicked beneath cobblestone streets, sending vibrations through the soles of every citizen's feet. A constant reminder of the precision and order that governed their lives. Steam hissed from ornate copper vents that lined the boulevards, their intricate scrollwork bearing the sigil of the consortium of relojeros. the master clockmakers who had ruled Mechanica since time immemorial. In the lower Cogs district, where the air hung perpetually thick with coal smoke and machine oil, young Cog wiped sweat from his brow as he worked the bellows of Master Ferrum's forge. At 17, his hands already bore the calluses and burn marks of an apprentice blacksmith, though his slight frame belied the strength required for his trade. Unlike the aristocrats of the upper gears who wore elaborate mechanical augmentations as symbols of status, Cog's only concession to Mechanica's technological obsession was the brass-rimmed monocular lens he wore over his left eye, a necessity after a childhood accident had damaged his vision. "Mind the heat, boy," Master Ferrum barked as sparks flew from the white-hot metal he was shaping. "Too much and the tempering fails. Too little and the alloy never bonds." Cog nodded, adjusting the bellows rhythm as he had countless times before. His gaze, however, kept drifting to the window, where Mechanica's skyline rose in a symphony of brass, copper and iron. Spires, topped with ever-turning weather vanes, punctured the perpetually amber sky, while zeppelins drifted between buildings on carefully regulated routes, their gondolas swaying gently beneath canvas envelopes emblazoned with the consortium's gear and key emblem. A tremendous boom shook the workshop, rattling tools on their hooks and sending a half-finished clockwork bird tumbling from its perch. Outside, citizens scattered as thick black smoke billowed from the central cogway, the massive tower at Mechanica's heart, where the grand regulation engine maintained the city's countless mechanisms. "Rusted resistance again," Master Ferrum muttered, dunking his project into a cooling bath with an angry hiss. "Fools think disrupting the engine will somehow free us all, as if chaos were preferable to order." Cog said nothing. Talk of the resistance was dangerous, especially with the inquisitors of Engrenagans, the consortium's mechanical enforcers, patrolling the streets with increasing frequency. Instead, he focused on cleaning the workspace as Master Ferrum departed to investigate the disruption, as was required of all guild masters when the engine suffered an attack. It was while sweeping debris near the collapsed section of wall that Cog discovered it, half buried in rubble and glinting with peculiar light that seemed to emanate from within the metal itself. A key, not much larger than his palm, crafted from what appeared to be ancient bronze, but untarnished by time. Its design was unlike anything manufactured in Mechanica. Where the city's creations favored ornate complexity, this key bore elegantly simple lines that somehow suggested greater depth the longer one gazed upon them. Without fully understanding why, Cog slipped the key into his pocket just as the workshop door crashed open. 3 inquisitors entered, their brass masks reflecting the forge's dying embers, gears whirring audibly within their articulated limbs as they moved with unnatural precision. "Routine inspection," announced the lead inquisitor, its voice resonating from within its featureless faceplate. "The consortium requires verification that no unauthorized technology harbors within this establishment." As the mechanical enforcers methodically examined every corner of the workshop, the key seemed to grow warmer against Cog's thigh, not the passive warmth of metal-absorbing body heat, but an active, almost living warmth that pulsed like a heartbeat. When an inquisitor approached to scan him with whirring optical sensors, Cog was certain the key would be detected, but the enforcer merely nodded and moved on, as if the artifact was somehow invisible to its mechanical senses. Later that night, in the tiny attic room he called home, Cog examined his discovery by candlelight. The key's surface shifted in the flickering light, revealing intricate patterns that hadn't been visible in the forge's glare, patterns reminiscent of circuit diagrams, but flowing like calligraphy. When he ran his finger along the key's teeth, he felt not the expected jagged edges, but what seemed like mathematical sequences expressed in physical form. A sharp rapping at his window startled him from his reverie. Outside, balanced impossibly on the narrow ledge 5 stories above the street, crouched a figure in a patchwork coat of leather and salvaged metal. A pair of brass goggles obscured the upper half of their face, while a respirator mask covered the lower portion, leaving only a strip of dark skin visible between them. Before Cog could cry out, the intruder pressed a gloved finger to where their lips would be beneath the mask, then pointed urgently at the key in his hand. Against all better judgment, Cog unlatched the window. "You've no idea what you've found, do you?" "What?" The intruder's voice was female, muffled by the respirator, but carrying an intensity that matched the eyes behind the goggles. "That's the bronze key, said to open any lock ever created. The consortium has hunted it for centuries." "Who are you?" Cog demanded, clutching the key tighter. "Spark," she replied, slipping gracefully into his room and securing the window behind her. "Engineer of the rusted resistance, and your only chance of surviving the next 24 hours, now that you've touched that key." As if summoned by her words, a mechanical howl echoed through the lower cogs, the unmistakable sound of hound automatons being released for a hunt. Through his window, Cog glimpsed them, quadrupedal machines with elongated heads and glowing red optical sensors, steam billowing from vents along their spines as they sniffed the air with mechanical olfactory apparatus. "They can sense it," Spark explained hurriedly, pulling equipment from various pockets. "The key disrupts mechanical systems within proximity. That's why the Inquisitor didn't detect it earlier. But the disruption creates a signature the hounds are specifically calibrated to track." "What does the consortium want with a key?" Cog asked, still struggling to understand why such a simple object would warrant this level of response. Spark paused in her preparations, fixing him with a penetrating stare through her goggles. "It's not just any key. According to our archives, it's the activation key for the primordial automaton, the first and greatest creation of the ancients who built this city. Some say it's a weapon that could destroy Mechanica. Others believe it's the original template for all automatons, capable of overriding the consortium's control protocols." Before Cog could process this information, the building trembled as something massive landed on the street below. Through the window, he glimpsed an Inquisitor astride a mount he'd only ever seen in propaganda engravings, a cavalier exosuit, 3 times the size of a man, with articulated limbs that ended in specialized tools that could alternate between delicate manipulation and devastating destruction. "Time to go," Spark announced, attaching a grappling mechanism to Cog's windowsill. "Unless you fancy explaining to the Inquisitor of Engrenagens why you're harboring the most sought-after artifact in Mechanica." Their escape through Mechanica's midnight labyrinth revealed a city Cog had never known, despite living within its gears and springs his entire life. Spark led him through maintenance tunnels that predated the consortium's rule, past ancient mechanisms whose purposes had been forgotten, but which continued their eternal functions nonetheless. They navigated vertical shafts where platforms rose and fell with hypnotic regularity, timing their jumps with precision born of either madness or expertise. Throughout their flight, the bronze key grew increasingly responsive, sometimes growing warm when they approached certain junctions, other times emitting a soft hum that seemed to resonate with nearby machinery. More than once, Spark adjusted their route based on these reactions, as if the key itself were guiding them. "The Resistance has searched for the key for generations," she explained, as they paused in a chamber where massive pistons drove unseen mechanisms behind tarnished brass walls. "We believe the primordial automaton was never meant to be a weapon, but a guardian, designed to prevent exactly the kind of technological tyranny the consortium represents. If this automaton is so powerful, why hasn't the consortium activated it themselves?" Cog asked, examining the key, which now pulsed with an inner light that matched the rhythm of the pistons around them. "They can't," Spark replied, a smile evident in her voice despite her concealing mask. The key responds only to those with minimal mechanical augmentation, people the ancients called mostly flesh. The upper gear's aristocrats have so many augmentations they're practically automatons themselves. Even most of the lower cogs have at least basic implants. Her gaze fell on Cog's brass monocular. You're rare, someone whose connection to machinery is a tool, not an integration. Their journey ended at the deepest level of Mechanica, far below even the maintenance tunnels, in chambers so ancient that roots from the world above had penetrated the ceiling, creating an uncanny fusion of nature and machinery. Here, illuminated by bioluminescent fungi and the gentle glow of mysterious crystals, a community existed that defied everything Cog had been taught about his city. The rusted resistance wasn't merely a band of saboteurs, but an entire society of engineers, scholars, and citizens who questioned the consortium's absolute authority. Their underground haven contained libraries of pre-consortium knowledge, workshops where technology developed along paths forbidden in the upper city, and most surprisingly, gardens where plants grew under artificial sunlight, a stark contrast to Mechanica's sterile, metal-dominated aesthetics. Their leader, an elderly woman whose mechanical limbs had been deliberately stripped of consortium control mechanisms and reprogrammed to serve her own will, examined the bronze key with reverence. "After all these years," she murmured, her voice carrying the metallic timbre of someone who had replaced their organic vocal cords with mechanical equivalents. "Cog, do you understand what finding this key means?" The ancients left failsafes within their creations, ways to reset the system if their technologies were ever perverted from their original purpose. The primordial automaton is such a failsafe. "Where is this automaton?" Cog asked, still struggling to comprehend how he had been thrust from apprentice blacksmith to central figure in a resistance movement within a single day. The answer came not from the resistance leader, but from the key itself. As if responding to his question, it projected a ghostly schematic into the air between them, a three-dimensional map of Mechanica with a pulsing light at its center. "The central cogway," Spark breathed. "The grand regulation engine isn't regulating at all. It's suppressing. The primordial automaton is inside it, constrained by the very mechanisms the consortium uses to control the city." The plan formulated with surprising speed. The resistance would create a diversion, a series of synchronized disruptions to draw the consortium's enforcers away from the central cogway. Meanwhile, Cog, guided by Spark, would infiltrate the tower and locate the hidden chamber where the automaton waited. What they didn't anticipate was the Inquisitor of Engrenagens himself, the highest authority of the consortium's enforcement arm, waiting for them at the cogway's heart. 8 feet of gleaming brass and ticking gears, his mask crafted to resemble a perpetually smiling human face that only emphasized the inhuman nature of what lay beneath. "The apprentice who found the key," the Inquisitor's voice echoed through the chamber. "How appropriate that Mechanica's fate should hinge upon its lowest gear. Tell me, boy, do you truly understand what you've brought to my doorstep?" The chamber itself revealed the truth. What Cog had always believed was the grand regulation engine was merely an elaborate prison. Within its concentric rings of spinning gears and pulsing pistons lay a humanoid figure of impossible beauty and complexity, not brass or iron, but a metal that seemed to flow like liquid while maintaining solid form. Its eyes were closed, its posture suggesting not sleep but patience, as if it had been waiting through countless ages for precisely this moment. "The key responds to you," the Inquisitor continued, extending a mechanical hand. "Give it to me and I'll ensure you receive credit for your discovery. Refuse, and you'll be recycled into components like all who defy the consortium." The bronze key burned in Cog's palm, its light now bright enough to cast shadows across the chamber. Within that radiance, he glimpsed visions, Mechanica as it once was, a city where technology served humanity rather than subjugated it, where mechanical marvels enhanced natural beauty instead of replacing it, where the hierarchies of upper and lower gears had never formed because the primordial automaton had maintained the balance the ancients intended. The automaton isn't a weapon, Cog realized aloud. It's a correction. Before the Inquisitor could react, Cog lunged forward, the bronze key extended toward the imprisoned figure. The Inquisitor's mechanical arm shot out with inhuman speed, but Spark intercepted, sacrificing her own mechanical arm, which shattered under the impact. The key slid home into an aperture in the automaton's chest that Cog hadn't noticed until that very moment. Reality seemed to pause. Gears froze mid-rotation. Steam hung suspended in the air. Even sound itself seemed to hold its breath. The automaton's eyes opened, revealing irises of the same flowing metal as its body, containing within them reflected galaxies and mathematical patterns too complex for human minds to fully comprehend. Recalibration initiated, it spoke, its voice carrying neither the mechanical grinding of automatons nor the limited range of human vocal cords, but something transcendent of both. Parameters restored to original configuration. Throughout Mechanica, change rippled outward like concentric waves. The rigid hierarchies of the consortium's mechanisms loosened their grip without collapsing into chaos. Automatons froze momentarily before continuing their functions with subtle but significant differences, moving with greater fluidity, responding more intuitively to human needs rather than programmed directives. The Inquisitor himself underwent the most dramatic transformation. His imposing frame shuddered as the primordial automaton's influence reached the core programming of his mechanical components. The perpetual smile of his mask shifted, becoming something genuine rather than mockingly imposed. The weapons built into his framework reconfigured into tools of creation and maintenance. "What have you done?" he asked, his voice stripped of its authoritarian resonance, now carrying the uncertainty of true consciousness. "Not destruction," Cog replied, watching in awe as the primordial automaton rose fully from its prison. The mechanisms that had constrained it now integrated harmoniously into its form. Restoration, balance between human and machine, nature and technology, as the ancients intended. As dawn broke over Mechanica, citizens emerged to find their city transformed. The division between upper and lower gears remained visible in the architecture, but no longer enforced by inflexible mechanisms. The augmentations of the aristocracy continued functioning, but no longer marked them as separate species from those below. Most significantly, the ever-present grinding beneath the streets had changed its cadence, from relentless industrial pounding to something resembling a heartbeat, a rhythm that suggested partnership rather than domination. And at the center of it all stood the primordial automaton, the bronze key now permanently fused with its chest, a tangible symbol of the balance between mechanical precision and organic adaptability. Its eyes, containing universes of calculation and possibility, turned toward Cog, the unlikely catalyst who had set everything in motion. "The key chooses its bearer in each generation," it stated simply. "You are neither the first nor the last, but you were precisely what Mechanica needed at this moment in its evolution." Cog looked out across the city as it awakened to its new reality, not a utopia, for challenges would always exist, but a place where humanity and machinery could grow together rather than in opposition. He thought of Master Ferrum and wondered how the old blacksmith would adapt to a world where the forge might speak back to him, where the boundary between creator and creation had become wonderfully, terrifyingly permeable. The bronze key had opened more than just a lock. It had opened a future,